1. The chair was empty when it shouldn't be. The chair was still warm, but Henry Morley would never sit in it again. Poirot stood at the doorway of the surgery. The scent of antiseptic, now tainted by something metallic, something final. They said it was suicide. A neat conclusion. Almost too neat. The gun was near his hand. His head tilted sideways, like a man refusing to listen anymore. But Poirot didn't look at the blood. He looked at the tray, a mirror angled just so, a napkin still folded, a dental pick set aside untouched. It wasn't just a death, it was a performance. Jap arrived, puffing as always, open and shut. He grunted. Man's overworked. Cracks. Bang. Curtain. Poirot didn't nod. He pointed instead. Tooth powder. Jap frowned. Tooth powder, Poirot said. Morley used none on me this morning. He was rushed. Nervous. Everyone's nervous around you. Poirot. No, Poirot whispered. Only those hiding something. Outside. The receptionist wept softly. The assistant dentist Riley looked paler than the dead man. And Poirot, he stood still, because the worst part wasn't the death. Famé. It was that he'd been here, hours ago. In that very room, and missed it. He adjusted his tie and murmured, I was not early enough to save the man. He didn't add the rest, and may be too late to stop what comes next. Phone 2. Someone should have knocked. The receptionist, Gladys, couldn't stop crying. Not grief, something else. Poirot sat across from her in the little side office. The light flickered above. Or maybe she did. He seemed distracted. She said, didn't even say good morning properly. Poirot nodded. Did he receive any calls? She paused. Yeah, one. A man. Voice deep. No name. What time? Just before your appointment. Monsieur Poirot. He leaned in. Did he say anything? Unusual? Her eyes wavered. He said, it ends today. That's all. Poirot stood. Merci. Next, Dr. Riley. Young, handsome, arrogant, in the way only someone trying to hide guilt could be. He leaned on the edge of the desk. Terrible thing, he said, but Morley was old school. Tense. Maybe it caught up. Poirot glanced at the man's hands. Clean. You saw him last before he died. Riley nodded. I had a patient. Went in. Came out. That's all. Poirot asked. Did you knock? Riley blinked. What? When you entered, did you knock? A pause. No, he said slowly. I thought he expected me. Poirot stared at the floor, then looked up. Someone should have knocked. 3. The sound that wasn't there. Night. The surgery was locked, but Poirot had a key. Morley had given it once. Half joking, just in case I'm late for a crown. Now Morley would never be late again. Poirot moved through the waiting room. Shadows clung to the corners. The chairs still sat in a row, empty as accusations. He entered the treatment room. Same chair, same tray, same mirror. He sat, closed his eyes, and listened. Not to memories, to absence. He remembered that morning. The bustle, the receptionist tapping, the faint ticking of the clock. But now he realized there had been no sound of footsteps leaving the room after him. No door, no next please, only silence. He opened his eyes, checked the lock on the inner door. Still dusty, untouched. then saw it, a line of powder disturbed, tiny, meaningless to most, but not to him. Someone had entered without leaving and stayed behind. Ding. Poirot stood slowly. He said aloud, "The killer didn't break in." He turned toward the dark hallway. They were already scheduled. For the name they never called, Poirot unfolded the appointment ledger, each name written in Morley's neat, square hand. 8 ton, 30 horse. Miss Neville, Almain. Suro. Mr. Barnes, 30. Ineme. Hercule Poirot, 10. Juro. Mrs. Causelman, no, it was Adams. 10 Dara 30 sus. A blank, no name, but the time slot was there, like a whisper left unfinished. A la Fossi? Fine. Poirot checked with Gladys. She blinked at the page. He didn't say. Just told me to leave that one empty. Poirot asked, "And did anyone come at 10:30? She hesitated. Then a man came in. Said he had a private appointment. I assumed it was the 10:30. Did you ask his name? No. He seemed very sure of himself. Poirot closed the book. That was the trick. The killer had no appointment. He was the appointment, not on the list, not in memory. But there, Poirot stepped outside. Fog drifted low over the lamplight. London swallowed things like that easily, names. People, regrets. He said aloud, "The person no one called for." Because he made sure no one would. 5. The promise he never kept. The old partner came from Sussex, gray-haired, slower, but his voice still held steel. Henry Morley, he said. Best damn dentist I ever knew. But he had one blind spot. Poirot nodded. A patient? No. The man said, a friend. Poirot waited. The man lit his pipe. Pipe. Back in 24, we ran a free clinic. Post-war. Shattered mouths. Broken jaws. Kids with nothing. Henry promised a boy he'd fix him up once the war grants came through. And he never did. Got too busy. Too successful. Poirot asked, "What happened to the boy?" The man shrugged. No idea. But I'll tell you this. Henry kept the boy's letter. Guilt does that. That night, Poirot searched Morley's home. In the drawer, an envelope. Yellowed. Inside, a child's handwriting. You promised to fix my teeth so I could smile at my mother again. She's dead now, and so am I. I think no signature, just silence. Poirot stared at the paper and said aloud, "So you came back, not for revenge, for closure." The killer hadn't pulled a trigger that morning. He'd returned to finish a conversation, and Morley had finally listened, with a bullet. 6. The man who waited too long. He was listed under a false name, but the face told the truth. Poirot found him in a boarding house off Camden Road. Room 4. Paid in cash. Came and went like fog. The man looked older than his years, not from time, from disappointment. Poirot stood in the doorway. You were the 10:30. The man said nothing. Poirot continued. You didn't come to kill. You came to speak. The man finally nodded. I sat in that chair. He whispered, the same one. Years ago. He promised I'd be able to smile again. Poirot stepped closer. And did you? No, the man said. My mother died before he wrote back. Poirot said gently, so you returned. To show him? The man's eyes welled. I just wanted him to say sorry. Poirot nodded. He did. He said. The man blinked. What? In the end, Poirot said softly. He did not ask for help. He chose silence. Outside, the rain tapped gently against the windows. Poirot placed the letter on the man's nightstand. Some wounds do not need police, only acknowledgement, P. And he left. Geisha 6. Laisa. Leaving justice, like the past. Unfinished, but understood. 7. 8. Lay them straight. Time went on. It was over a month since Mr. Morley's death, and there was still no news of Miss Sainsbury Seal. Japp became increasingly wrathful on the subject. Dash it all, Poirot. The woman's got to be somewhere, indubitably. Mon cher, either she dead or alive. If she's dead, where's her body? Say, for instance, she committed suicide, another suicide. Let's get back to that. You still say Morley was murdered. I say it was suicide. You haven't traced the pistol. No, it's a foreign make. That is suggestive, is it not? Not in the way you mean. Morley had been abroad. He went on cruises. He and his sister. Everybody in the British Isles goes on cruises. He may have picked it up abroad. They like to feel life's dangerous. He paused and said, Don't sidetrack me. I was saying that if, mind you, that blasted woman committed suicide. If she drowned herself, for instance, the body would have come ashore by now. If she was murdered, the same thing. Not if a weight was attached to her body and it was put into the Thames, from a cellar in Limehouse. I suppose. You're talking like a thriller by a lady novelist. I know. I blush when I say these things. And she was done to death by an international gang of crooks. I suppose Poirot sighed. He said, I have been told lately that there really are such things. Who told you so? Mr. Reginald Barnes of Castle Garden Road. Ealing? Well, he might know, said Japp dubiously. He dealt with aliens when he was at the Home Office. And you do not agree. It isn't my branch, oh yes. There are such things, but they're rather futile, as a rule. There was a momentary silence as Poirot twirled his mustache. Japp said, We've got 1 or 2 additional bits of information. She came home from India on the same boat as Ambriotis, but she was second class and he was first. So I don't suppose there's anything in that, although one of the waiters at the Savoy thinks she lunched there with him about a week or so before he died. So there may have been a connection between them. There may be, but I can't feel it's likely. I can't see a missionary lady being mixed up in any funny business. Was Ambriotis mixed up in any funny business, as you term it? Yes, he was. He was in close touch with some of our Central European friends. Espionage racket. You are sure of that? Yes. Oh, he wasn't doing any of the dirty work himself. We wouldn't have been able to touch him. Organizing and receiving reports, that was his lay. Japp paused and then went on. But that doesn't help us with the Sainsbury Seal. She wouldn't have been in on that racket. She had lived in India. Remember? There was a lot of unrest there last year. Ambriotis and the excellent Miss Sainsbury Seal. I can't feel that they were teammates. Did you know that Miss Sainsbury Seal was a close friend of the late Mrs. Alastair Blunt? Who says so? I don't believe it. Not in the same class. She said so. Who'd she say that to, Mr. Alastair Blunt? Oh, that sort of thing. He must be used to that lay. Do you mean that Ambriotis was using her that way? It wouldn't work. Blunt would get rid of her with a subscription. He wouldn't ask her down for a weekend or anything of that kind. He's not so unsophisticated as that. This was so palpably true that Poirot could only agree. After a minute or two, Japp went on with his summing up of the Sainsbury seal situation. I suppose her body might have been lowered into a tank of acid by a mad scientist. That's another solution they're very fond of in books. But take my word for it. These things are all my eye and Betty Martin. If the woman is dead, her body has just been quietly buried somewhere. But where exactly? She disappeared in London. Nobody's got a garden there, not a proper one. A lonely chicken farm. That's what we want, a garden. Poirot's mind flashed suddenly to that neat, prim garden in Ealing with its formal beds. How fantastic! If a dead woman should be buried there, he told himself not to be absurd. And if she isn't dead, went on Japp, where is she? Over a month now. Description published in the press, circulated all over England, and nobody has seen her. Oh yes, practically everybody has seen her. You've no idea how many middle-aged, faded-looking women wearing olive green cardigan suits there are. She's been seen on Yorkshire moors, and in Liverpool hotels, in guest houses in Devon, and on the beach at Ramsgate. My men have spent their time patiently investigating all these reports, and one and all they've led nowhere. Except to getting us in wrong with a number of perfectly respectable, middle-aged ladies. Poirot clicked his tongue sympathetically. And yet, went on Japp, she's a real person all right. I mean, sometimes you come across a dummy, so to speak, someone who just comes to a place and poses as a Miss Spinks when all the time there isn't a Miss Spinks. But this woman's genuine. She's got a past, a background. We know all about her, from her childhood upwards. She's led a perfectly normal, reasonable life. And suddenly, hey, presto vanish. There must be a reason, said Poirot. She didn't shoot Morley, if that's what you mean. Embariotis saw him alive after she left, and we've checked up on her movements after she left Queen Charlotte Street that morning. Poirot said impatiently, I am not suggesting for a moment that she shot Morley. Of course she did not. But all the same, Japp said, if you are right about Morley, then it's far more likely that he told her something which, although she doesn't suspect it, gives a clue to his murderer. In that case, she might have been deliberately got out of the way. Poirot said, all this involves an organization. Some big concern quite out of proportion to the death of a quiet dentist in Queen Charlotte Street. Don't you believe everything Reginald Barnes tells you? He's a funny old bird, got spies and communists on the brain. Japp got up, and Poirot said, let me know if you have news. When Japp had gone out, Poirot sat frowning down at the table in front of him. He had definitely the feeling of waiting for something. What was it? He remembered how he had sat before, jotting down various unrelated facts and a series of names. A bird had flown past the window with a twig in its mouth. He, too, had been collecting twigs. 5, 6, picking up sticks. He had the sticks, quite a number of them now. They were all there, neatly pigeonholed in his orderly mind. But he had not as yet attempted to set them in order. That was the next step, lay them straight. What was holding him up? He knew the answer. He was waiting for something. Something inevitable. Foreordained. The next link in the chain. When it came then he could go on. It was late evening, a week later, when the summons came. Jap's voice was brusque over the telephone. That you? Poirot. We found her. You'd better come round. King Leopold Mansions, Battersea Park, number 45. A quarter of an hour later, a taxi deposited Poirot outside King Leopold Mansions. It was a big block of mansion flats looking out over Battersea Park. Number 45 was on the second floor. Jap himself opened the door. His face was set in grim lines. "Come in," he said. "It's not particularly pleasant, but I expect you'll want to see for yourself," Poirot said. But it was hardly a question. Dead. What you might describe as very dead. Poirot cocked his head at a familiar sound coming from a door on his right. "That's the porter," said Jap. "Being sick in the scullery sink, I had to get him up here to see if he could identify her." He led the way down the passage and Poirot followed him. His nose wrinkled. "Not nice," said Jap. "But what can you expect? She's been dead well over a month." The room they went into was a small lumber and box room. In the middle of it was a big metal chest of the kind used for storing furs. The lid was open. Poirot stepped forward and looked inside. He saw the foot first, with the shabby shoe on it and the ornate buckle. His first sight of Miss Sainsbury's seal had been, he remembered, a shoe buckle. His gaze traveled up, over the green wool coat and skirt till it reached the head. He made an inarticulate noise. "I know," said Jap. "It's pretty horrible." The face had been battered out of all recognizable shape. Add to that the natural process of decomposition, and it was no wonder that both men looked a shade pea-green as they turned away. "Oh well," said Jap. "It's all in a day's work." "Our day's work. No doubt about it. Ours is a lousy job sometimes. There's a spot of brandy in the other room. You'd better have some." The living room was smartly furnished in an up-to-date style. A good deal of chromium and some large, square-looking easy chairs upholstered in a pale fawn geometric fabric. Poirot found the decanter and helped himself to some brandy. As he finished drinking, he said, "It was not pretty, that. Now tell me, my friend, all about it." Jap said, "This flat belongs to a Mrs. Albert Chapman. Mrs. Chapman is, I gather, a well-upholstered, smart blonde of 40-odd, pays her bills, fond of an occasional game of bridge with her neighbors, but keeps herself to herself more or less. No children. Mr. Chapman is a commercial traveler. Sainsbury Seal came here on the evening of our interview with her, about 7:15, so she probably came straight here from the Glengowery court. She'd been here once before, so the porter says. You see, all perfectly clear. An above-board, nice friendly call. The porter took Miss Sainsbury's seal up in the lift to this flat. The last he saw of her was standing on the mat pressing the bell. Poirot commented. He has taken his time to remember this. He's had gastric trouble. It seems been away in hospital, while another man took on temporarily for him. It wasn't until about a week ago that he happened to notice in an old paper the description of a wanted woman, and he said to his wife, "Sounds quite like that old cup of tea who came to see Mrs. Pom Chapman on the second floor. She had on a green wool dress and buckles on her shoes." And after about another hour, he registered again. Believe she had a name, too, something like that. Blimey, it was Miss Something or Other Seal. After that, continued Jap, it took him about 4 days to overcome his natural distrust of getting mixed up with the police and come along with his information. We didn't really think it would lead to anything. You've no idea how many of these false alarms we've had. However, I sent Sergeant Beddoes along. He's a bright young fellow. A bit too much of this high-class education, but he can't help that. It's fashionable now. Well, Beddoes got a hunch at once that we were on to something at last. For one thing, this Mrs. Chapman hadn't been seen about for over a month. She'd gone away without leaving any address. That was a bit odd. In fact, everything he could learn about Mr. and Mrs. Chapman seemed odd. He found out the porter hadn't seen Miss Sainsbury Seal leave again. That in itself wasn't unusual. She might easily have come down the stairs and gone out without his seeing her. But then the porter told him that Mrs. Chapman had gone away rather suddenly. There was just a big printed notice outside the door the next morning. No milk. Tell Nellie I am called away. Nellie was the daily maid who did for her. Mrs. Chapman had gone away suddenly once or twice before, so the girl didn't think it odd. But what was odd was the fact that she hadn't rung for the porter to take her luggage down or get her a taxi. Anyway, Beddoes decided to get into the flat. We got a search warrant and a pass key from the manager. Found nothing of interest except in the bathroom. There had been some hasty clearing up done there. There was a trace of blood on the linoleum in the corners where it had been missed when the floor was washed over. After that, it was just a question of finding the body. Mrs. Chapman couldn't have left with any luggage with her, or the porter would have known. Therefore, the body must still be in the flat. We soon spotted that fur chest airtight. You know just the place. Keys were in the dressing table drawer. We opened it up, and there was the missing lady mistletoe bough up to date. Poirot asked, "What about Mrs. Chapman?" "What indeed? Who is Sylvia?" "Her name's Sylvia, by the way." "What is she?" "One thing is certain. Sylvia, or Sylvia's friends, murdered the lady and put her in the box." Poirot nodded. He asked, "But why was her face battered in? It is not nice." "That, I'll say it isn't nice." As to why, well, one can only guess. Sheer vindictiveness, perhaps, or it may have been with the idea of concealing the woman's identity, but it did not conceal her identity. No, because not only had we got a pretty good description of what Mabel Sainsbury Seal was wearing when she disappeared, but her handbag had been stuffed into the fur box too, and inside the handbag there was actually an old letter addressed to her at her hotel in Russell Square. Poirot sat up. He said, "But that does not make the common sense. It certainly doesn't." "I suppose it was a slip." "Yes, perhaps a slip, but," he got up, "you have been over the flat." "Pretty well. There's nothing illuminating. I should like to see Mrs. Chapman's bedroom." "Come along, then." The bedroom showed no signs of a hasty departure. It was neat and tidy. The bed had not been slept in, but was turned down ready for the night. There was a thick coating of dust everywhere. Jap said, "No fingerprints, so far as we can see. There are some on the kitchen things, but I expect they'll turn out to be the maid's. That means that the whole place was dusted very carefully after the murder." "Yes." Poirot's eyes swept slowly round the room. "Like the sitting room, It was furnished in the modern style, and furnished, so he thought, by someone with a moderate income. The articles in it were expensive, but not ultra expensive. They were showy, but not first class. The color scheme was rose pink. He looked into the built-in wardrobe and handled the clothes, smart clothes, but again not of first-class quality. His eyes fell to the shoes. They were largely of the sandal variety popular at the moment. Some had exaggerated cork soles. He balanced one in his hand, registered the fact that Mrs. Chapman had taken a 5 in shoes and put it down again. In another cupboard, he found a pile of furs, shoved in a heap. Jap said, "Came out of the fur chest." Poirot nodded. He was handling a gray squirrel coat. He remarked appreciatively, "First-class skins." He went into the bathroom. There was a lavish display of cosmetics. Poirot looked at them with interest. Powder, rouge, vanishing cream, skin food, 2 bottles of hair application. Jap said, "Not one of our natural platinum blondes, I gather." Poirot murmured, "At 40, mon ami." The hair of most women has begun to go gray, but Mrs. Chapman was not one to yield to nature. She's probably gone henna red by now for a change. "I wonder," Jap said, "there's something worrying you." "Poirot." "What is it?" Poirot said. "But yes, I am worried. I am very seriously worried. There is here, you see, for me, an insoluble problem." Resolutely, he went once more into the box room. He took hold of the shoe on the dead woman's foot. It resisted and came off with difficulty. He examined the buckle. It had been clumsily sewn on by hand. Hercule Poirot sighed. He said, "It is that I am dreaming," Jap said curiously. "What are you trying to do? Make the thing more difficult?" "Exactly that," Jap said. "One patent leather shoe, complete with buckle. What's wrong with that?" Hercule Poirot said, "Nothing, absolutely nothing. But all the same, I do not understand." Mrs. Merton of No. 82, King Leopold. Mansions had been designated by the porter as Mrs. Chapman's closest friend in the mansions. It was, therefore, to Gnome 82 that Jap and Poirot betook themselves next. Mrs. Merton was a loquacious lady, with snapping black eyes and an elaborate coiffure. It needed no pressure to make her talk. She was only too ready to rise to a dramatic situation. Sylvia Chapman. Well, of course. I don't know her really well, not intimately, so to speak. We had a few bridge evenings occasionally, and we went to the pictures together. And of course, shopping sometimes. But oh, do tell me she isn't dead. Is she? Jap reassured her. Well, I'm sure I'm thankful to hear it. But the postman just now was all agog about a body having been found in one of the flats. But then one really can't believe half one hears. Can one? I never do. Jap asked a further question. No, I haven't heard anything of Mrs. Chapman, not since we had spoken about going to see the new Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire the following week. And she said nothing about going away then. Mrs. Merton had never heard a Miss Sainsbury Seal mentioned. Mrs. Chapman had never spoken of anyone of that name. And yet, you know, the name is familiar to me. Distinctly familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere quite lately, Jap said dryly. It's been in all the papers for some weeks. Of course, Some missing person, wasn't it? And you thought Mrs. Chapman might have known her. No, I'm sure I've never heard Sylvia mention that name. Can you tell me anything about Mr. Chapman, Mrs. Merton? A rather curious expression came over Mrs. Merton's face. She said, he was a commercial traveler, I believe. So Mrs. Chapman told me. He traveled abroad for his firm armaments. I believe. He went all over Europe. Did you ever meet him, Namarn? Never. He was at home so seldom. And when he was at home, he and Mrs. Baharitan Chapman didn't want to bother with outsiders. Very naturally. Do you know if Mrs. Haoarshina Chapman had any near relations or friends? I don't know about friends. I don't think she had any near relations. She never spoke of any. Was she ever in India? Not that I know of. Mrs. Merton paused and then broke out. But please, tell me, why are you asking all these questions? I quite understand that you come from Scotland Yard and all that, but there must be some special reason. Well, Mrs. Merton, you are bound to know some time. As a matter of fact, a dead body has been found in Mrs. Chapman's flat. Oh, Mrs. Merton looked for a moment like the dog whose eyes were as big as saucers. A dead body. It wasn't Mr. Chapman, was it? Or perhaps some foreigner, Jap said. It wasn't a man at all. It was a woman. A woman. Mrs. Merton seemed even more surprised. Poirot said gently, Why should you think it was a man? Oh, I don't know. It seemed more likely, somehow. But why was it because Mrs. Chapman was in the habit of receiving gentlemen visitors? Oh no, indeed. Mrs. Merton was indignant. I never meant anything of that kind. Sylvia Chapman wasn't in the least that kind of woman. Not at all. It was just that, with Mr. Chapman. I mean, she came to a stop. Poirot said, I think, Madame, that you know a little more than you have told us. Mrs. Merton said, Uncertainly, I don't know. I'm sure what I ought to do, I mean. I don't exactly want to betray a confidence, and of course, I never have repeated what Sylvia told me, except just to one or two intimates whom I knew were really safe. Mrs. Merton leaned forward and lowered her voice. It just slipped out, as it were, one day, when we were seeing a film about the Secret Service, and Mrs. Chapman said you could see that whoever had written it didn't know much about their subject. And then it came out, only she swore me to secrecy. Mr. Chapman was in the Secret Service. I mean, that was the real reason he had to go abroad so much. The armament firm was only a blind, and it was terribly worrying for Mrs. Chapman because she couldn't write to him or get letters from him while he was away. And, of course, it was terribly dangerous. As they went down the stairs again to number 42, Jap ejaculated with feeling shades of Phillips Oppenheim. Valentine Williams and William LeCoux, I think I'm going mad. That smart young man. Sergeant Beddoes was waiting for them. He said respectfully, Haven't been able to get anything helpful from the maid. Sir, Mrs. Chapman changed maids pretty often. It seems this one only worked for her for a month or two. She says Mrs. Chapman was a nice lady, fond of the radio and pleasant-spoken. Girl was of the opinion the husband was a gay deceiver, but that Mrs. Chapman didn't suspect it. She got letters from abroad sometimes, some from Germany, 2 from America. one from Italy and one from Russia. The girl's young man collects stamps, and Mrs. Chapman used to give them to her off the letters. Anything among Mrs. Chapman's papers? Absolutely nothing. Sir? She didn't keep much. A few bills and receipted accounts, all local. Some old theater programs, one or two cookery recipes cut out of the papers, and a pamphlet about Zenana missions, and we can guess who brought that here. She doesn't sound like a murderess, does she? And yet that's what it seems to be. She's bound to be an accomplice anyway. No strange men seen about that evening. The porter doesn't remember any, but then I don't suppose he would by now. And anyway, it's a big block of flats, people always going in and out. He can only fix the date of Miss Sainsbury Seal's visit because he was taken off to the hospital the next day and was actually feeling rather bad that evening. Anybody in the other flats hear anything out of the way? The younger man shook his head. I've inquired at the flat above this and the one below. Nobody can remember hearing anything unusual. Both of them had their radios on, I gather. The divisional surgeon came out of the bathroom where he had been washing his hands. Most unsavory corpse, he said cheerfully. Send her along when you're ready, and I'll get down to brass tacks. No idea of the cause of death. Doctor. Impossible to say until I've done the autopsy. Those face injuries were definitely inflicted after death. I should say, but I shall know better when I've got her at the mortuary. Middle-aged woman, quite healthy gray hair at the roots, but tinted blonde. There may be distinguishing marks on the body if there isn't. It may be a job to identify her. Oh, you know who she is. Splendid. What missing woman? There's been all the fuss about? Well, you know, I never read the papers. Just do the crosswords, Jap said bitterly. And that's publicity for you as the doctor went out. Poirot was hovering over the desk. He picked up a small brown address book. The indefatigable Beddoes said nothing of special interest there, most hairdressers, dressmakers, etc. I've noted down any private names and addresses. Poirot opened the book at the letter D. He read Dr. Davis, 17. Prince Albert Road, Drake and Pomponetti. Fishmongers, and below it dentist, Mr. Morley, 58. Queen Charlotte Street. There was a green light in Poirot's eyes. He said, there will be no difficulty, I imagine, in positively identifying the body. Jap looked at him curiously. He said, surely you don't imagine, Poirot said with vehemence, I want to be sure. Miss Morley had moved to the country. She was living in a small country cottage near Hartford. The grenadier greeted Poirot amicably. Since her brother's death, her face had perhaps grown slightly grimmer, her carriage more upright, her general attitude towards life more unyielding. She resented bitterly the slur cast upon her brother's professional name by the findings of the inquest. Poirot, she had reason to believe, shared the view that the verdict of the coroner's inquest was untrue. Hence the grenadier unbent a little. She answered his questions readily enough, and with competence. All Mr. Morley's professional papers had been carefully filed by Miss Neville, and had been handed over by her to Mr. Morley's successor. Some of the patients had transferred themselves to Miss Riley. Others had accepted the new partner. Others again had gone to other dentists elsewhere. Miss Morley, after she had given what information she could, said, so you have found that woman, who was Henry's patient, Miss Sainsbury Seal, and she was murdered too. The two was a little defiant. She stressed the word. Poirot said, "Your brother never mentioned Miss Sainsbury Seal, particularly to you." "No, I don't remember his doing so. He would tell me if he had had a particularly trying patient, or if one of his patients had said something amusing, he would pass it on to me. But we didn't usually talk about his work much. He was glad to forget it when the day was over. He was very tired sometimes." "Do you remember hearing of a Mrs. Chapman amongst your brother's patients?" "Chapman, no. I don't think so. Miss Neville is really the person to help you over all this. I am anxious to get in touch with her." "Where is she now?" "She has taken a post with a dentist in Ramsgate. I believe she has not married that young man, Frank Carter, yet." "No. I rather hope that will never come off. I don't like that young man." Poirot, I really don't. There is something wrong about him. I still feel that he hasn't really any proper moral sense," Poirot said. "Do you think it is possible that he could have shot your brother?" Miss Morley said slowly, "I do feel perhaps that he would be capable of it. He has a very uncontrollable temper, but I don't really see that he had any motive, nor opportunity, for that matter. You see, it wasn't as though Henry had succeeded in persuading Gladys to give him up. She was sticking to him in the most faithful way. Could he have been bribed? Do you think bribed? To kill my brother? What an extraordinary idea." A nice-looking, dark-haired girl brought in the tea at this moment. As she closed the door behind her again, Poirot said, "That girl was with you in London. Was she not Agnes?" "Yet, she was house parlor maid. I let the cook go. She didn't want to come to the country anyway, and Agnes does everything for me. She is turning into quite a nice little cook." Poirot nodded. He knew very accurately the domestic arrangements of 58 Queen Charlotte Street. They had been thoroughly gone into at the time of the tragedy. Mr. Morley and his sister had occupied the 2 top floors of the house as a maisonette. The basement had been shut up altogether, except for a narrow passage leading from the area to the backyard, where a wire cage ran up to the top floor with the tradesmen's deliveries, and where a speaking tube was installed. Therefore, the only entrance to the house was by the front door, which it was Alfred's business to answer. This had enabled the police to be sure that no outsider could have entered the house on that particular morning. Both cook and house parlor maid had been with the Morleys for some years and bore good characters. So, although it was theoretically possible that one or the other of them might have crept down to the second floor and shot her master, the possibility had never been taken seriously into account. Neither of the two had appeared unduly flustered or upset at being questioned, and there certainly seemed no possible reason for connecting either of them with his death. Nevertheless, as Agnes handed Poirot his hat and stick on leaving, she asked him with an unusually nervous abruptness, Does anyone know anything more about the master's death?" Sir Poirot turned to look at her. He said, "Nothing fresh has come to light. They're still quite sure, as he did shoot himself, because he'd made a mistake with that drug." "Yes." "Why do you ask?" Agnes pleated her apron. Her face was averted. She said rather indistinctly, The mistress doesn't think so. And you agree with her. Perhaps me. Oh, I don't know nothing, sir. I only wanted to be sure." Hercule Poirot said, in his most gentle voice. It would be a relief to you to feel beyond any possible doubt that it was suicide. Oh, yes, sir. Agnes agreed quickly. It would indeed. For a special reason. Perhaps. Her startled eyes met his. She shrank back a little. I don't know anything about it, sir. I only just asked. But why did she ask? Hercule Poirot demanded of himself. As he walked down the path to the gate, he felt sure that there was an answer to that question. But as yet, he could not guess what it was. All the same, he felt a step nearer. When Poirot returned to his flat, he was surprised to find an unexpected visitor waiting for him. A bald head was visible above the back of a chair, and the small, neat figure of Mr. Barnes rose to his feet. With eyes that twinkled as usual, he made a dry little apology. He had come, he explained, to return Hercule Poirot's visit. Poirot professed himself delighted to see Mr. Barnes. George was instructed to bring some coffee, unless his visitor preferred tea or whiskey and soda. Coffee will be admirable, said Mr. Barnes. I imagine that your manservant prepares it well. Most English servants do not. Presently, after a few interchanges of polite remarks, Mr. Barnes gave a little cough and said, I will be frank with you, Poirot. It was sheer curiosity that brought me here. You, I imagined, would be well posted in all the details of this rather curious case. I see by the papers that the missing Miss Sainsbury seal has been found, that an inquest was held and adjourned for further evidence. Cause of death was stated to have been an overdose of metanol. That is quite correct, said Poirot. There was a pause, and then Poirot asked, Have you ever heard of Albert Chapman? Mr. Barnes. Ah. The husband of the lady in whose flat Miss Sainsbury Seal came to die. Rather an elusive person, it would seem, but hardly non-existent. Oh, no, said Mr. Barnes. He exists. Oh, yes, he exists, or did exist. I had heard he was dead, but you can't trust these rumors. Who was he? Mr. Barnes. I don't suppose they'll say at the inquest. Not if they can help it. They'll trot out the armaments, firm traveler story. He was in the Secret Service then. Of course he was. But he had no business to tell his wife, so no business at all. In fact, he ought not to have continued in the service after his marriage. It isn't usually done, not. That is, when you're one of the really hush-hush peoples. And Albert Chapman was, yes, QX912. That's what he was known as. Using a name is most irregular. Oh, I don't mean that QX912 was specially important or anything of that kind, but he was useful because he was an insignificant kind of chap, the kind whose face isn't easily remembered. He was used a lot as a messenger up and down Europe. You know the sort of thing. One dignified letter sent via our ambassador in Ruritania, one unofficial ditto containing the dirt per QX912. That is to say, Mr. Albert Chapman. Then he knew a lot of useful information. Probably didn't know a thing, said Mr. Barnes cheerfully. His job was just hopping in and out of trains and boats and aeroplanes and having the right story to explain why he was going where he was going. And you heard he was dead. That's what I heard, said Mr. Barnes. but you can't believe all you hear. I never do. Looking at Mr. Barnes intently, Poirot asked, "What do you think has happened to his wife?" "I can't imagine," said Mr. Barnes. He looked wide-eyed at Poirot. "Can you?" Poirot said. "I had an idea." He stopped. He said slowly, "It is very confusing." Mr. Barnes murmured sympathetically, "Anything worrying you in particular?" Hercule Poirot said slowly, "Yes, the evidence of my own eyes." Japp came into Poirot's sitting room and slammed down his bowler hat with such force that the table rocked. He said, "What the devil made you think of it?" "My good Japp, I do not know what you are talking about," Japp said, slowly and forcefully. "What gave you the idea that the body wasn't Miss Sainsbury Seal's body?" Poirot looked worried. He said, "It was the face that worried me. Why smash up a dead woman's face?" Japp said, "My word, I hope old Morley's somewhere where he can know about it. It's just possible, you know, that he was put out of the way on purpose so that he couldn't give evidence. It would certainly be better if he could have given evidence himself. Leatherin will be all right. Morley's successor. He's a thoroughly capable man, with a good manner, and the evidence is unmistakable." The evening papers came out with a sensation the next day. The dead body found in the Battersea flat, believed to be that of Miss Sainsbury Seal, was positively identified as that of Mrs. Albert Chapman. Mr. Leatherin, of 58 Queen Charlotte Street, unhesitatingly pronounced it to be Mrs. Chapman on the evidence of the teeth and jaw, full particulars of which were recorded in the late Mr. Morley's professional chart. Miss Sainsbury Seal's clothes had been found on the body, and Miss Sainsbury Seal's handbag with the body. But where was Miss Sainsbury Seal herself? 9, 10, a good fat hen. As they came away from the inquest, Japp said jubilantly to Poirot, "A smart piece of work." That gave him a sensation. Poirot nodded. "You tumbled to it first," said Japp. "But, you know, I wasn't happy about that body myself. After all, you don't go smashing a dead person's face and head about for nothing. It's messy, unpleasant work. And it was pretty plain. There must be some reason for it. And there's only one reason there could be to confuse the identity," he added generously. "But I shouldn't have tumbled so quickly to the fact that it actually was the other woman," Poirot said with a smile. "And yet, my friend, the actual descriptions of the women were not unlike as regards fundamentals. Mrs. Chapman was a smart, good-looking woman, well made up, and fashionably turned out. Miss Sainsbury Seal was dowdy and innocent of lipstick or rouge, but the essentials were the same. Both were women of 40-odd. Both were roughly about the same height and build. Both had hair turning gray, which they touched up to make it appear golden. Yes, of course, when you put it like that. One thing we've got to admit, the fair Mabel put it over on both of us. Good and proper. I'd have sworn she was the genuine article. But, my friend, she was the genuine article. We know all about her past life. We didn't know she was capable of murder, and that's what it looks like now. Sylvia didn't murder Mabel. Mabel murdered Sylvia." Hercule Poirot shook his head in a worried fashion. He still found it difficult to reconcile Mabel Sainsbury's seal with murder. Yet in his ears, he heard the small, ironic voice of Mr. Barnes look among the respectable people. Mabel Sainsbury. Seal had been eminently respectable. Japp said, with emphasis, "I'm going to get to the bottom of this case. Poirot, that woman isn't going to put it over on me." The following day, Japp rang up. His voice held a curious note. He said, "Poirot, do you want to hear a piece of news? It's Napu, my lad." Napu. Pardon the line is perhaps not very clear. I did not quite catch. It's off. My boy. Oh, F. Call it a day. Sit down and twiddle our thumbs. There was no mistaking the bitterness now. Poirot was startled. What is off? The whole ruddy blinking thing. The hue and cry. The publicity. The whole bag of tricks. But I still do not understand. Well, listen. Listen carefully. Because I can't mention names very well. You know our inquiry. You know we're combing the country for a performing fish. Yes, yes, perfectly. I comprehend now. Well, that's been called off. Hushed up kept mum. Now do you understand? Yes, yes. But why orders from the ruddy Foreign Office? Is not that very extraordinary? Well, it does happen now and again. Why should they be so forbearing to miss to the performing fish they're not? They don't care tuppence about her. It's the publicity, if she's brought to trial too much, might come out about Mrs. A. C. the corpse. That's the hush-hush side, I can only suppose, that the ruddy husband, Mr. A. C. Get me, yes, yes. That he's somewhere abroad in a ticklish spot, and they don't want to queer his pitch. Cha, what did you say I made? Mon ami. An exclamation of annoyance. Oh, that was it. I thought you'd caught cold. Annoyance is right. I could use a stronger word. Letting that dame get away with it makes me see red. Poirot said very softly, "She will not get away with it. Our hands are tied, I tell you. Yours, maybe mine, are not, good old Poirot. Then you are going on with it. May we to the death. Well, don't let it be your death, old boy. If this business goes on as it has begun, someone will probably send you a poisoned tarantula by post." As he replaced the receiver, Poirot said to himself, "Now, why did I use that melodramatic phrase, 'to the death, vraiment'? It is absurd. The letter came by evening post. It was typewritten, except for the signature. Dear Mem, Poirot. It ran, I should be greatly obliged if you would call upon me sometime tomorrow. I may have a commission for you. I suggest 12:30, at my house in Chelsea. If this is inconvenient to you, perhaps you would telephone my secretary. I apologize for giving you such short notice. Yours sincerely, Alistair Blunt." Poirot smoothed out the letter and read it a second time. At that moment, the telephone rang. Hercule Poirot occasionally indulged in the fancy that he knew by the ring of his telephone bell what kind of message was impending. On this occasion, he was at once quite sure that the call was significant. It was not a wrong number, not one of his friends. He got up and took down the receiver. He said, in his polite, foreign voice, "Allo." An impersonal voice said, "What number are you, please? This is Whitehall 7272. There was a pause, a click, and then a voice spoke. It was a woman's voice. "M. Poirot." "Yes." "M. Hercule Poirot." "Yes." M. Poirot. You have either already received or will shortly receive a letter. Who is speaking? It is not necessary that you should know. Very well. I have received, Madame, 8 letters and 3 bills by the evening post. Then you know which letter I mean. You will be wise, M. Poirot, to refuse the commission you have been offered. That, Madame, is a matter I shall decide myself. The voice said coldly, I am warning you, M. Poirot. Your interference will no longer be tolerated. Keep out of this business. And if I do not keep out of it, then we shall take steps to see that your interference is no longer to be feared. That is a threat, madam. We are only asking you to be sensible. It is for your own good. You are very magnanimous. You cannot alter the course of events and what has been arranged, so keep out of what doesn't concern you. Do you understand? Oh yes, I understand. But I consider that Mr. Morley's death is my concern. The woman's voice said sharply, Morley's death was only an incident. He interfered with our plans. He was a human being, madame, and he died before his time. He was of no importance. Poirot's voice was dangerous as he said very quietly, There you are wrong. It was his own fault. He refused to be sensible. I, too, refuse to be sensible. Then you are a fool. There was a click the other end as the receiver was replaced. Poirot said, Allo then put down his receiver in turn. He did not trouble to ask the exchange to trace the number. He was fairly sure that the call had been put through from a public telephone box. What intrigued and puzzled him was the fact that he thought he had heard the voice somewhere before. He racked his brains, trying to bring the elusive memory back. Could it be the voice of Miss Sainsbury Seal? As he remembered it, Mabel Sainsbury Seal's voice had been high-pitched and somewhat affected, with rather overemphasized diction. This voice was not at all like that, and yet perhaps it might be Miss Sainsbury Seal, with her voice disguised. After all, she had been an actress in her time. She could alter her voice, probably, easily enough, in actual timbre. The voice was not unlike what he remembered, but he was not satisfied with that explanation. No, it was some other person that the voice brought back to him. It was not a voice he knew well, but he was still quite sure that he had heard it once, if not twice, before. Why, he wondered, bother to ring up and threaten him? Could these people actually believe that threats would deter him? Apparently, they did. It was poor psychology. There was some sensational news in the morning papers. The Prime Minister had been shot at when leaving 10 Downing Street with a friend yesterday evening. Fortunately, the bullet had gone wide. The man, an Indian, had been taken into custody. After reading this, Poirot took a taxi to Scotland Yard, where he was shown up to Japp's room. The latter greeted him heartily. Ah, so the news has brought you along. Have any of the papers mentioned who the friend was with the M? No. Who was it, Alistair Blunt? Really? And, went on Japp, we've every reason to believe that the bullet was meant for Blunt, and not for the P. M. That is, unless the man was an even more thundering bad shot than he is already. Who did it? Some crazy Hindu student, half-baked, as usual, but he was put up to it. It wasn't all his own idea. Japp added, quite a sound bit of work getting him. there's usually a small group of people, you know, watching number 10. When the shot was fired, a young American grabbed hold of a little man with a beard. He held on to him like grim death and yelled to the police that he'd got the man. Meanwhile, the Indian was quietly hooking it, but one of our people nabbed him all right. Who was the American? Asked Poirot curiously. Young fellow by the name of Rakes. Why? He stopped short, staring at Poirot. What's the matter? Poirot said. Howard Rakes, staying at the Holborn Palace Hotel. That's right. Who? Why? Of course I thought the name seemed familiar. He's the patient who ran away that morning when Morley shot himself. He paused. He said slowly, Rum, how that old business keeps cropping up. You've still got your ideas about it, haven't you? Poirot, Hercule Poirot replied gravely. Yeah, I still have my ideas. At the Gothic house, Poirot was received by a secretary, a tall, limp young man with an accomplished social manner. He was pleasantly apologetic. I am so sorry. M. Poirot, and so is Mr. Blunt. He has been called to Downing Street. The result of this ER incident last night. I rang your flat, but unfortunately, you had already left. The young man went on rapidly. Mr. Blunt commissioned me to ask you if it would be possible for you to spend the weekend with him at his house in Kent. Exham, you know. If so, he would call for you in the car tomorrow evening. Poirot hesitated. The young man said persuasively, Mr. Blunt is really most anxious to see you. Hercule Poirot bowed his head. He said, Thank you. I accept. Oh, that's splendid. Mr. Blunt will be delighted. If he calls for you about 5:45, will that? Oh, good morning, Mrs. Olivera. Jane. Olivera's mother had just entered. She was very smartly dressed, with a hat clinging to an eyebrow in the midst of a very soignée coiffure. Oh, Mr. Selby, did Mr. Blunt give you any instructions about those garden chairs? I meant to talk to him about them last night, because I knew we'd be going down this weekend. And Mrs. Olivera took in Poirot and paused. Do you know Mrs. Olivera? M. Poirot. I have already had the pleasure of meeting Madame. Poirot bowed. Mrs. Olivera said vaguely, Oh, how do you do? Of course, Mr. Selby. I know that Alistair is a very busy man, and that these small domestic matters mayn't seem to him important. It's quite all right. Mrs. Olivera, said the efficient Mr. Selby. He told me about it, and I rang up Messrs. Devers about them. Well, now, that's a real load off my mind. Now, Mr. Selby, can you tell me? Mrs. Olivera clacked on. She was, thought Poirot, rather like a hen, a big, fat hen, Mrs. Olivera, still clacking, moved majestically after her bust towards the door. And if you're quite sure that there will only be ourselves this weekend, Mr. Selby coughed. Poirot is also coming down for the weekend. Mrs. Olivera stopped. She turned round and surveyed Poirot with visible distaste. Is that really so? Mr. Blunt has been kind enough to invite me, said Poirot. Well, I wonder why. If that isn't queer of Alistair, you'll excuse me. M. Poirot. But Mr. Blunt particularly told me that he wanted a quiet family weekend, Selby said firmly. Mr. Blunt is particularly anxious that Mem. Poirot should come. Oh, really? He didn't mention it to me. The door opened. Jane stood there. She said impatiently, Mother, aren't you coming? Our lunch appointment is at 1:15. I'm coming. Jane, don't be impatient. Well, get a move on. For goodness sake. Hello, M. Poirot. She was suddenly very still, her petulance frozen, her eyes more wary. Mrs. Oliveira said in a cold voice, M. Poirot is coming down to Exham for the weekend. Oh, I see. Jane Oliveira stood back to let her mother pass her. On the point of following her, she whirled back again. Poirot. Her voice was imperious. Poirot crossed the room to her. She said in a low voice, You're coming down to Exham. Why? Poirot shrugged his shoulders. He said it is a kind thought of your uncle's. Jane said, But he can't know. He can't. When did he ask you? Oh, there's no need, Jane. Her mother was calling from the hall. Jane said in a low, urgent tone, Stay away. Please don't come. She went out. Poirot heard the sounds of altercation, heard Mrs. Oliveira's high, complaining, clucking voice. I really will not tolerate your rudeness. Jane, I shall take steps to see that you do not interfere, the secretary said. Then at a little before 6 tomorrow. M. Poirot. Poirot nodded assent mechanically. He was standing like a man who has seen a ghost, but it was his ears, not his eyes, that had given him the shock. Two of the sentences that had drifted in through the open door were almost identical with those he had heard last night through the telephone, and he knew why the voice had been faintly familiar. As he walked out into the sunshine, he shook his head blankly. Mrs. Oliveira. But it was impossible. It could not have been Mrs. Oliveira who had spoken over the phone, that empty-headed society woman, selfish, brainless, grasping, self-centered. What had he called her to himself just now? That good fat hen. C'est ridicule, said Hercule Poirot. His ears, he decided, must have deceived him, and yet the rolls called punctually for Poirot at a little before 6. Alistair Blunt and his secretary were the only occupants. Mrs. Oliveira and Jane had gone down in another car earlier. It seemed the drive was uneventful. Blunt talked a little, mostly of his garden and of a recent horticultural show. Poirot congratulated him on his escape from death, at which Blunt demurred. He said, Oh, don't think the fellow was shooting at me particularly. Anyway, the poor chap hadn't the first idea of how to aim. Just one of these half-crazed students. There's no harm in them, really. They just get worked up and fancy a pot shot at the P.M. will alter the course of history. It's pathetic, really. There have been other attempts on your life, have there not? Sounds quite melodramatic, said Blunt, with a slight twinkle. Someone sent me a bomb by post not long ago. It wasn't a very efficient bomb. You know, these fellows who want to take on the management of the world, what sort of an efficient business do they think they could make of it, when they can't even devise an effectual bomb? He shook his head. It's always the same thing. Long-haired, woolly idealists without one practical bit of knowledge in their heads. I'm not a clever chap. Never have been, but I can just read and write and do arithmetic. Do you understand what I mean by that? I think so. But explain to me further. Well, if I read something that is written down in English, I can understand what it means. I am not talking of abstruse stuff, formulae or philosophy, just plain businesslike English. Most people can't. If I want to write down something, I can write down what I mean. I've discovered that quite a lot of people can't do that either. And, as I say, I can do plain arithmetic. If Jones has 8 bananas and Brown takes 10 away from him, how many will Jones have left? That's the kind of sum people like to pretend has a simple answer. They won't admit, first, that Brown can't do it, and second, that there won't be an answer in plus bananas. They prefer the answer to be a conjuring trick. Exactly. Politicians are just as bad. But I've always held out for plain common sense. You can't beat it, you know, in the end, he added with a slightly self-conscious laugh. But I mustn't talk shop. Bad habit. Besides, I like to leave business matters behind when I get away from London. I've been looking forward, M. Poirot, to hearing a few of your adventures. I read a lot of thrillers and detective stories. You know, do you think any of them are true to life? The conversation dwelt for the rest of the journey on the more spectacular cases of Hercule Poirot. Alastair Blunt displayed himself as vivid as any schoolboy for details. This pleasant atmosphere sustained a chill on arrival at Exham, where behind her massive bust, Mrs. Oliveira radiated a freezing disapproval. She ignored Poirot as far as possible, addressing herself exclusively to her host and to Mr. Selby. The latter showed Poirot to his room. The house was a charming one, not very big, and furnished with the same quiet good taste that Poirot had noticed in London. Everything was costly, but simple. The vast wealth that owned it was only indicated by the smoothness with which this apparent simplicity was produced. The service was admirable, the cooking English, not continental. The wines at dinner stirred Poirot to a passion of appreciation. They had a perfect, clear soup, a grilled sole, saddle of lamb with tiny young garden peas and strawberries and cream. Poirot was so enjoying these creature comforts that the continued frigid demeanor of Mrs. Oliveira and the brusque rudeness of her daughter hardly attracted his attention. Jane, for some reason, was regarding him with definite hostility. Hazily, towards the end of the dinner, Poirot wondered why. Looking down the table with mild curiosity, Blunt asked Helen not dining with us tonight. Julia Oliveira's lips drew themselves in with a taut line. She said dear Helen has been overtiring herself. I think, in the garden. I suggested it would be far better for her to go to bed and rest than to bother to dress herself up and come here. She quite saw my point. Oh, I see. Blunt looked vague and a little puzzled. I thought it made a bit of a change for her at weekends. Helen is such a simple soul. She likes turning in early, said Mrs. Oliveira firmly. When Poirot joined the ladies in the drawing room, Blunt, having remained behind for a few minutes' conversation with his secretary, he heard Jane Oliveira say to her mother, Uncle Alastair didn't like the cool way you'd shelved Helen Montresor. Mother, nonsense, said Mrs. Olivera robustly. Alistair is too good-natured. Poor relations are all very well, very kind of him to let her have the cottage rent-free. But to think he has to have her up to the house every weekend for dinner is absurd. She's only a second cousin or something. I don't think Alistair ought to be imposed upon. I think she's proud in her way, said Jane. She does an awful lot in the garden. That shows a proper spirit, said Mrs. Olivera comfortably. The Scotch are very independent, and one respects them for it. She settled herself comfortably on the sofa, and, still not taking any notice of Poirot, added, "Just bring me the low-down review. Dear, there's something about Lois Van Schuyler in it in that Moroccan guide of hers." Alistair Blunt appeared in the doorway. He said, "Now, Poirot, come into my room." Alistair Blunt's own sanctum was a low, long room at the back of the house, with windows opening upon the garden. It was comfortable, with deep armchairs and settees, and just enough pleasant untidiness to make it livable. Needless to say, Hercule Poirot would have preferred a greater symmetry. After offering his guest a cigarette and lighting his own pipe, Alistair Blunt came to the point quite simply and directly. He said, "There's a good deal that I'm not satisfied about. I'm referring, of course, to this Sainsbury Seal woman, for reasons, of their own reasons, no doubt, which are perfectly justified. The authorities have called off the hunt. I don't know exactly who Albert Chapman is or what he's doing, but whatever it is, it's something pretty vital. And it's the sort of business that might land him in a tight spot. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but the P.M. did just mention that they can't afford any publicity whatever about this case, and that the sooner it fades out of the public's memory, the better. That's quite okay. That's the official view, and they know what's necessary. So the police have got their hands tied." He leaned forward in his chair. "But I want to know the truth. Poirot. And you're the man to find it out for me. You aren't hampered by officialdom. What do you want me to do?" Blunt, I want you to find this woman Sainsbury Seal. Alive or dead?" Alistair Blunt's eyebrows rose. "You think it's possible that she is dead?" Hercule Poirot was silent for a minute or two. Then he said, speaking slowly and with weight, "If you want my opinion, but it is only an opinion, remember then, yes, I think she is dead." "Why do you think so?" Hercule Poirot smiled slightly. He said, "It would not make sense to you if I said it was because of a pair of unworn stockings in a drawer." Alistair Blunt stared at him curiously. "You're an odd man, Poirot." "I am very odd. That is to say, I am methodical, orderly, and logical. And I do not like distorting facts to support a theory that I find is unusual." Alistair Blunt said, "I've been turning the whole thing over in my mind. It takes me a little time, always, to think a thing out. And the whole business is deuced odd. I mean that Dennis chap shooting himself. And then this Chapman woman packed away in her own fur chest with her face smashed in. It's nasty. It's damned nasty. I can't help feeling that there's something behind it all." Poirot nodded. Blunt said, "And you know, the more I think of it, I'm quite sure that woman never knew my wife. It was just a pretext to speak to me." "But why? What good did it do her? I mean, for a small subscription, and even that was made out to the society, not to her personally. And yet I do feel that it was engineered just meeting me on the steps of the house. It was all so pat, so suspiciously well-timed. But why? That's what I keep asking myself. Why? It is indeed the word. Why I too ask myself, and I cannot see it, no, I cannot see it. You've no ideas at all on the subject. Poirot waved an exasperated hand. My ideas are childish in the extreme, I tell myself. It was perhaps a ruse to indicate you to someone to point you out. But that again is absurd. You are quite a well-known man. And anyway, how much more simple to say, see, that is he, the man who entered now by that door. And anyway, said Blunt, why should anyone want to point me out, Mr. Blunt? Think back once more on your time that morning in the dentist's chair. Did nothing that Morley said strike an unusual note? Is there nothing at all that you can remember which might help as a clue? Alistair Blunt frowned in an effort of memory. Then he shook his head. I'm sorry. I can't think of anything. You're quite sure? He didn't mention this woman. This Miss Sainsbury Seal, no. Or the other woman, Mrs. Chapman. No. We didn't speak of people at all. We mentioned roses, gardens needing rain, holidays, nothing else, and no one came into the room while you were there. Let me see, no, I don't think so. On other occasions, I seem to remember a young woman being their fair-haired girl. But she wasn't there this time. Oh. Another dentist fellow came in. I remember the fellow with an Irish accent. What did he say or do? Just asked Morley some question and went out again. Morley was a bit short with him. I fancy he was only there a minute or so. And there is nothing else you can remember. Nothing at all. No. He was absolutely normal, Hercule Poirot said thoughtfully. Two. Found him absolutely normal. There was a long pause. Then Poirot said, Do you happen to remember, monsieur, a young man who was in the waiting room downstairs? With you that morning. Alistair Blunt frowned. Let me see, yes. There was a young man, rather restless he was. I don't remember him particularly. Though, why would you know him again if you saw him? Blunt shook his head. I hardly glanced at him. He didn't try to enter into conversation with you at all, no? Blunt looked with frank curiosity at the other. What's the point? Who is this young man? His name is Howard Raikes. Poirot watched keenly for any reaction, but he saw none. Ought I to know his name? Have I met him elsewhere? I do not think you have met him. He is a friend of your niece, Miss Olivera's. Oh, one of Jane's friends. Her mother, I gather, does not approve of the friendship. Alistair Blunt said absently, I don't suppose that will cut any ice with Jane. So seriously does her mother regard the friendship that I gather she brought her daughter over from the States on purpose to get her away from this young man. Oh, Blunt's face registered comprehension. It's that fellow. Is it? You become more interested now. He's a most undesirable young fellow in every way, I believe. Mixed up in a lot of subversive activities. I understand from Miss Olivera that he made an appointment that morning in Queen Charlotte Street, solely in order to get a look at you, to try and get me to approve of him. Well, no, I understand. The idea was that he should be induced to approve of you. Well, of all the damned cheek, Poirot concealed a smile. It appears you are everything that he most disapproves of. He's certainly the kind of young man I disapprove of, spends his time tub-thumping and talking hot air. Instead of doing a decent job of work, Poirot was silent for a minute. Then he said, "Will you forgive me if I ask you an impertinent and very personal question?" "Fire ahead." "In the event of your death, what are your testamentary dispositions?" Blunt stared. He said sharply, "Why do you want to know that?" "Because it is just possible." He shrugged his shoulders, "that it might be relevant to this case." "Nonsense." "Perhaps, but perhaps not." Alistair Blunt said coldly, "I think you are being unduly melodramatic." "Poirot, nobody has been trying to murder me or anything like that. A bomb on your breakfast table. A shot in the street. Oh, those. Any man who deals in the world's finance in a big way is liable to that kind of attention from some crazy fanatic. It might possibly be a case of someone who is not a fanatic and not crazy." Blunt stared. "What are you driving at? In plain language, I want to know who benefits by your death." Blunt grinned. "Chiefly the St. Edward's Hospital, the Cancer Hospital, and the Royal Institute for the Blind. In addition, I have left a sum of money to my niece by marriage, Mrs. Julia Oliveira, an equivalent sum, but in trust, to her daughter, Jane Oliveira, and also a substantial provision for my only surviving relative, a second cousin, Helen Montresor, who was left very badly off and who occupies a small cottage on the estate here." He paused and then said, "This Poirot, is strictly in confidence. Naturally, monsieur, naturally." Alistair Blunt added sarcastically, "I suppose you do not suggest, Poirot, that either Julia or Jane Oliveira or my cousin Helen Montresor are planning to murder me for my money?" "I suggest nothing, nothing at all." Blunt's slight irritation subsided. He said, "And you'll take on that other commission for me, the finding of Miss Sainsbury's seal?" "Yes, I will," Alistair Blunt said heartily. "Good man." In leaving the room, Poirot almost cannoned into a tall figure outside the door. He said, "I beg your pardon, mademoiselle." Jane Oliveira drew apart a little. She said, "Do you know what I think of you?" M. Poirot. "Eh bien, mademoiselle." She did not give time to finish. The question, indeed, had but a rhetorical value. All that it meant was that Jane Oliveira was about to answer it herself. "You're a spy. That's what you are. A miserable, low, snooping spy, nosing round and making trouble, I assure you." "Mademoiselle, I know just what you're after. And I know now just what lies you tell. Why don't you admit it straight out?" "Well, I'll tell you this. You won't find out anything. Anything at all. There's nothing to find out. No one's going to harm a hair on my precious uncle's head. He's safe enough. He'll always be safe. Safe and smug and prosperous and full of platitudes. He's just a stodgy John Bull. That's what he is, without an ounce of imagination or vision." She paused. Then her agreeable, husky voice is deepening. She said venomously, "I loathe the sight of you, you bloody little bourgeois detective." She swept away from him in a whirl of expensive mottled drapery. Hercule Poirot remained. his eyes very wide open, his eyebrows raised, and his hand thoughtfully caressing his mustaches. The epithet bourgeois was, he admitted, well applied to him. His outlook on life was essentially bourgeois, and always had been, but the employment of it as an epithet of contempt by the exquisitely turned-out Jane Olivera gave him, as he expressed it to himself, furiously to think, he went, still thinking, into the drawing-room. Mrs. Olivera was playing patience. She looked up as Poirot entered, surveyed him with the cold look she might have bestowed upon a black beetle, and murmured distantly, "Red knave on black queen." Chilled, Poirot retreated. He reflected mournfully, "Alas, it would seem that nobody loves me." He strolled out of the window into the garden. It was an enchanting evening with a smell of night-scented stocks in the air. Poirot sniffed happily and strolled along a path that ran between two herbaceous borders. He turned a corner, and two dimly seen figures sprang apart. It would seem that he had interrupted a pair of lovers. Poirot hastily turned and retraced his steps. Even out here, it would seem, his presence was de trop. He passed Alistair Blunt's window, and Alistair Blunt was dictating to Mr. Selby. There seemed definitely only one place for Hercule Poirot. He went up to his bedroom. He pondered for some time on various fantastic aspects of the situation. Had he or had he not made a mistake in believing the voice on the telephone to be that of Mrs. Olivera? Surely the idea was absurd. He recalled the melodramatic revelations of quiet little Mr. Barnes. He speculated on the mysterious whereabouts of Mr. Q X912, alias Albert Chapman. He remembered, with a spasm of annoyance, the anxious look in the eyes of the maidservant, Agnes. It was always the same way people would keep things back, usually quite unimportant things, but until they were cleared out of the way, impossible to pursue a straight path. At the moment, the path was anything but straight, and the most unaccountable obstacle in the way of clear thinking and orderly progress was what he described to himself as the contradictory and impossible problem of Miss Sainsbury's seal. For if the facts that Hercule Poirot had observed were true facts, then nothing whatever made sense. Hercule Poirot said to himself, with astonishment in the thought, "Is it possible that I am growing old?" 11. 12. Men must delve. After passing a troubled night, Hercule Poirot was up and about early on the next day. The weather was perfect, and he retraced his steps of last night. The herbaceous borders were in full beauty, and though Poirot himself leaned to a more orderly type of flower arrangement, a neat arrangement of beds of scarlet geraniums, such as are seen at Ostend, he nevertheless realized that here was the perfection of the English garden spirit. He pursued his way through a rose garden, where the neat layout of the beds delighted him, and through the winding ways of an alpine rock garden, coming at last to the walled kitchen gardens. Here he observed a sturdy woman, clad in a tweed coat and skirt, black-browed, with short-cropped black hair, who was talking in a slow, emphatic Scots voice to what was evidently the head gardener. The head gardener, Poirot observed, did not appear to be enjoying the conversation. A sarcastic inflection made itself heard in Miss Helen Montresor's voice, and Poirot escaped nimbly down a side path. A gardener who had been, Poirot shrewdly suspected, resting on his spade, began digging with fervor. Poirot approached nearer. The man, a young fellow, dug with ardor, his back to Poirot, who paused to observe him. "Good morning," said Poirot amiably. A muttered "Morning, sir," was the response, but the man did not stop working. Poirot was a little surprised. In his experience, a gardener, though anxious to appear zealously at work as you approached, was usually only too willing to pause and pass the time of day when directly addressed. It seemed, he thought, a little unnatural. He stood there for some minutes, watching the toiling figure. Was there, or was there not, something a little familiar about the turn of those shoulders? Or could it be, thought Hercule Poirot, that he was getting into a habit of thinking that both voices and shoulders were familiar when they were really nothing of the kind? Was he, as he had feared last night, growing old? He passed thoughtfully onward, out of the walled garden, and paused to regard a rising slope of shrubbery outside. Presently, like some fantastic moon, a round object rose gently over the top of the kitchen garden wall. It was the egg-shaped head of Hercule Poirot. And the eyes of Hercule Poirot regarded with a good deal of interest the face of the young gardener who had now stopped digging and was passing a sleeve across his wet face. "Very curious and very interesting," murmured Hercule Poirot as he discreetly lowered his head once more. He emerged from the shrubbery and brushed off some twigs and leaves that were spoiling the neatness of his apparel. Yes, indeed, very curious and interesting that Frank Carter, who had a secretarial job in the country, should be working as a gardener in the employment of Alistair Blunt. Reflecting on these points, Hercule Poirot heard a gong in the distance and retraced his steps towards the house. On the way there, he encountered his host talking to Miss Montresor, who had just emerged from the kitchen garden by the farther door. Her voice rose clear and distinct. "It's very kind of you, Alistair, but I would prefer not to accept any invitations this week while your American relations are with you," Blunt said. "Julia's rather a tactless woman." "But she doesn't mean Miss Montresor," said calmly. "In my opinion, her manner to me is very insolent, and I will not put up with insolence from American women or any others." Miss Montresor moved away. Poirot came up to find Alistair Blunt looking as sheepish as most men look who are having trouble with their female relations. He said ruefully, "Women really are the devil." "Good morning, M. Poirot. Lovely day, isn't it?" They turned towards the house, and Blunt said with a sigh, "I do miss my wife." In the dining room, he remarked to the redoubtable Julia, "I'm afraid, Julia, you've rather hurt Helen's feelings," Mrs. Oliveira said grimly. "The Scotch are always touchy." Alistair Blunt looked unhappy. Hercule Poirot said, "You have a young gardener, I noticed, whom I think you must have taken on recently." "I dare say," said Blunt. "Yes, Burton, my third gardener, left about 3 weeks ago, and we took this fellow on instead. Do you remember where he came from? I really don't. McAllister engaged him. Somebody or other asked me to give him a trial. I think recommended him warmly. I'm rather surprised, because McAllister says he isn't much good. He wants to sack him again. What is his name? Dunning Sunbury, something like that. Would it be a great impertinence to ask what you pay him?" "Not at all. £2.15. I think it is. Not more, certainly not more, might be a bit less. Now that, said Poirot, is very curious. Alistair Blunt looked at him inquiringly, but Jane Oliveira, rustling the paper, distracted the conversation. A lot of people seem to be out for your blood. Uncle Alistair. Oh, you're reading the debate in the house. That's all right. Only Archerton. He's always tilting at windmills, and he's got the most crazy ideas of finance. If we let him have his way, England would be bankrupt in a week. Jane said, don't you ever want to try anything new, not unless it's an improvement to the old. My dear, but you'd never think it would be. You'd always say, this would never work, without even trying. Experimentalists can do a lot of harm. Yes, but how can you be satisfied with things as they are? All the waste, and the inequality, and the unfairness. Something must be done about it. We get along pretty well in this country. Jane, all things considered, Jane said passionately, what's needed is a new heaven and a new earth. And you sit there, eating kidneys. She got up and went out by the French window into the garden. Alistair looked mildly surprised and a little uncomfortable. He said Jane has changed a lot lately. Where does she get all these ideas? Take no notice of what Jane says, said Mrs. Oliveira. Jane's a very silly girl. You know what girls are. They go to these queer parties and studios where the young men have funny ties and they come home and talk a lot of nonsense. Yes, but Jane was always rather a hard-boiled young woman. It's just a fashion. Alistair, these things are in the air, Alistair Blunt said. Yes, they're in the air all right. He looked a little worried. Mrs. Oliveira rose, and Poirot opened the door for her. She swept out frowning to herself. Alistair Blunt said suddenly, I don't like it. You know everybody's talking this sort of stuff, and it doesn't mean anything. It's all hot air. I find myself up against it the whole time. A new heaven and a new earth. What does it mean? They can't tell you themselves. They're just drunk on words. He smiled suddenly, rather ruefully. I'm one of the last of the old guard. You know. Poirot said curiously, if you were removed, what would happen removed? What a way of putting it. His face grew suddenly grave. I'll tell you. A lot of damned fools would try a lot of very costly experiments, and that would be the end of stability of common sense, of solvency, in fact, of this England of ours as we know it. Poirot nodded his head. He was essentially in sympathy with the banker. He, too, approved of solvency. And he began to realize, with a new meaning, just exactly what Alistair Blunt stood for. Mr. Barnes had told him, but he had hardly taken it in then. Quite suddenly, he was afraid. I finished my letters, said Blunt, appearing later in the morning. Now, M. Poirot, I'm going to show you my garden. The two went out together, and Blunt talked eagerly of his hobby. The rock garden, with its rare alpine plants, was his greatest joy, and they spent some time there while Blunt pointed out certain minute and rare species, Hercule Poirot, his feet encased in his best patent leather shoes. Listened patiently, shifting his weight tenderly from one foot to the other, and wincing slightly as the heat of the sun caused the illusion that his feet were gigantic puddings. His host strolled on, pointing out various plants in the wide border. Bees were humming, and from near at hand came the monotonous clicking of a pair of shears trimming a laurel hedge. It was all very drowsy and peaceful. Blunt paused at the end of the border, looking back. The clip of the shears was quite close by, though the clipper was concealed from view. Look at the vista down from here. Poirot. The Sweet Williams are particularly fine this year. I don't know when I've seen them so good. And those are Russell Lupins. Marvelous colors. Crack. The shot broke the peace of the morning. Something sang angrily through the air. Alistair Blunt turned bewildered to where a faint thread of smoke was rising from the middle of the laurels. There was a sudden outcry of angry voices. The laurels heaved as two men struggled together. A high-pitched American voice sang out resolutely, "I've got you, you damned scoundrel. Drop that gun." Two men struggled out into the open. The young gardener, who had dug so industriously that morning, was writhing in the powerful grip of a man nearly a head taller. Poirot recognized the latter at once. He had already guessed from the voice. Frank Carter snarled, "Let go of me. It wasn't me. I tell you I never did." Howard Rakes said, "Oh, no, just shooting at the birds, I suppose." He stopped looking at the newcomers. "Mr. Alistair Blunt, this guy here has just taken a pot shot at you." I caught him right in the act. Frank Carter cried out. "It's a lie. I was clipping the hedge. I heard a shot, and the gun fell right here at my feet. I picked it up. That's only natural. That is. And then this bloke jumped on me." Howard Rakes said grimly, "The gun was in your hand and it had just been fired." With a final gesture, he tossed the pistol to Poirot. "Let's see what the dick's got to say about it. Lucky I got hold of you in time. I guess there are several more shots in that automatic of yours," Poirot murmured. "Precisely." Blunt was frowning angrily. He said sharply, "Now then, Dun and Dunbury, what's your name?" Hercule Poirot interrupted. He said, "This man's name is Frank Carter." Carter turned on him furiously. "You've had it in for me all along. You came spying on me that Sunday. I tell you, it's not true. I never shot at him." Hercule Poirot said gently. "Then, in that case," hooted, he added, "there is no one else here but ourselves. You see," Jane Oliveira came running along the path, her hair streamlined back behind her. Her eyes were wide with fear. She gasped. "Howard? Howard?" Rakes said lightly. "Hello, Jane. I've just been saving your uncle's life." "Oh." She stopped. Your arrival certainly seems to have been very opportune." Mr. Blunt hesitated. "This is Howard Rakes. Uncle Alistair. He's a friend of mine." Blunt looked at Rakes. He smiled. "Oh," he said, "so you are Jane's young man. I must thank you." With a puffing noise, as of a steam engine at high pressure, Julia Oliveira appeared on the scene. She panted out, "I heard a shot. Is Alistair?" "Why?" She stared blankly at Howard Rakes. "You? Why? Why? How dare you?" Jane said in an icy voice. "Howard has just saved Uncle Alistair's life." "Mother!" "What I... This man tried to shoot Uncle Alistair, and Howard grabbed him and took the pistol away from him," Frank Carter said violently. "You're bloody liars, all of you." Mrs. Oliveira, her jaw dropping, said blankly, "Oh." It took her a minute or two to readjust her poise. She turned first to Blunt. My dear Alistair, how awful. Thank God you're safe. But it must have been a frightful shock. I I feel quite faint myself. I wonder, do you think I could have just a little brandy? Blunt said quickly. Of course. Come back to the house. She took his arm, leaning on it heavily. Blunt looked over his shoulder at Poirot and Howard Rakes. Can you bring that fellow along? He asked. We'll ring up the police and hand him over. Frank Carter opened his mouth, but no words came. He was dead white, and his knees were wilting. Howard Rakes hauled him along with an unsympathetic hand. Come on, you, he said. Frank Carter murmured hoarsely and unconvincingly. It's all a lie. Howard Rakes looked at Poirot. You've got precious little to say for yourself for a high-toned sleuth. Why don't you throw your weight about a bit? I am reflecting. Mr. Rakes, I guess you'll need to reflect. I should say, you'll lose your job over this. It isn't thanks to you that Alistair Blunt is still alive at this minute. This is your second good deed of the kind. Is it not, Mr. Rakes? What the hell do you mean? It was only yesterday, was it not, that you caught and held the man whom you believed to have shot at Mr. Blunt? And the Prime Minister, Howard Rakes, said, yes, I seem to be making a kind of habit of it. But there is a difference, Hercule Poirot pointed out. Yesterday, the man you caught and held was not the man who fired the shot in question. You made a mistake. Frank Carter said sullenly. He's made a mistake now. Quiet. You, said Rakes. Hercule Poirot murmured to himself. I wonder. Dressing for dinner, adjusting his tie to an exact symmetry. Hercule Poirot frowned at his reflection in the mirror. He was dissatisfied, but he would have been at a loss to explain why. For the case, as he owned to himself, was so very clear. Frank Carter had indeed been caught red-handed. It was not as though he had any particular belief in, or liking for, Frank Carter. Carter, he thought dispassionately, was definitely what the English call a wrong-un. He was an unpleasant young bully of the kind that appeals to women, so that they are reluctant to believe the worst, however plain the evidence. And Carter's whole story was weak in the extreme. This tale of having been approached by agents of the Secret Service and offered a plummy job, to take the post of gardener and report on the conversations and actions of the other gardeners, it was a story that was disproved easily enough. There was no foundation for it. A particularly weak invention, the kind of thing. Poirot reflected that a man like Carter would invent. And on Carter's side, there was nothing at all to be said. He could offer no explanation, except that somebody else must have shot off the revolver. He kept repeating that. It was a frame-up. No. There was nothing to be said for Carter, except, perhaps, that it seemed an odd coincidence that Howard Rakes should have been present 2 days running at the moment when a bullet had just missed Alistair Blunt. But presumably, there wasn't anything in that. Rakes certainly hadn't fired the shot in Downing Street. And his presence down here was fully accounted for. He had come down to be near his girl. No. There was nothing definitely improbable in his story. It had turned out, of course, very fortunately for Howard Rakes. When a man has just saved you from a bullet, you cannot forbid him the house. The least you can do is to show friendliness and extend hospitality. Mrs. Oliveira didn't like it, obviously, but even she saw that there was nothing to be done about it. Jane's undesirable young Airblung man had got his foot in, and he meant to keep it there. Poirot watched him speculatively during the evening. He was playing his part with a good deal of astuteness. He did not air any subversive views. He kept off politics. He told amusing stories of his hitchhikes and tramps in wild places. He is no longer the wolf, thought Poirot. No. He has put on the sheep's clothing, but underneath, I wonder. As Poirot was preparing for bed that night, there was a rap on the door. Poirot called, "Come in," and Howard Rakes entered. He laughed at Poirot's expression. "Surprised to see me. I've had my eye on you all evening. I didn't like the way you were looking. Kind of thoughtful. Why should that worry you?" "My friend, I don't know why, but it did. I thought maybe that you were finding certain things just a bit hard to swallow." "Eh bien, and if so, well, I decided that I'd best come clean. About yesterday. I mean, that was a fake show, all right. You see, I was watching his lordship come out of 10 Downing Street, and I saw Ram Lal fire at him. I know Ram Lal. He's a nice kid, a bit excitable, but he feels the wrongs of India very keenly. Well, there was no harm done. That precious pair of stuffed shirts weren't harmed. The bullet had missed them both by miles, so I decided to put up a show and hope the Indian kid would get clear. I grabbed hold of a shabby little guy, just by me, and called out that I'd got the villain and hoped Ram Lal was beating it all right. But the dicks were too smart. They were on to him in a flash. That's just how it was. See, Hercule Poirot said, and today, that's different. There weren't any Ram Lals about today. Carter was the only man on the spot. He fired that pistol all right. It was still in his hand when I jumped on him. He was going to try a second shot, I expect. Poirot said, "You were very anxious to preserve the safety of my—" Blunt Rakes grinned an engaging grin. "A bit odd. You think, after all I've said—" "Oh, I admit it. I think Blunt is a guy who ought to be shot for the sake of progress and humanity. I don't mean personally. He's a nice enough old boy in his British way. I think that. And yet, when I saw someone taking a pot shot at him, I leap in and interfere. That shows you how illogical the human animal is. It's crazy, isn't it? The gap between theory and practice is a wide one. I'll say it is. Mr. Rakes got up from the bed where he had been sitting. His smile was easy and confiding. "I just thought," he said, "that I'd come along and explain the thing to you." He went out, shutting the door carefully behind him. "Deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man, and preserve me from the wicked man," sang Mrs. Oliveira in a firm voice, slightly off the note. There was a relentlessness about her enunciation of the sentiment which made Hercule Poirot deduce that Mr. Howard Rakes was the wicked man immediately in her mind. Hercule Poirot had accompanied his host and the family to the morning service in the village church. Howard Rakes had said with a faint sneer, "So you always go to church, Mr. Blunt," and Alistair had murmured vaguely, "Something about it being expected of you in the country can't let the parson down." You know, which typically English sentiment had merely bewildered the young man, and had made Hercule Poirot smile comprehendingly. Mrs. Oliveira had tactfully accompanied her host and commanded Jane to do likewise. They have sharpened their tongues like a serpent, sang the choir boys in shrill treble. Adder's poison is under their lips. The tenors and basses demanded with gusto, "Keep me, O Lord, from the hands of the ungodly. Preserve me from the wicked men who are purposed to overthrow my goings." Hercule Poirot essayed in a hesitant baritone. "The proud have laid a snare for me," he sang, "and spread a net with cords, yea, and set traps in my way." His mouth remained open. He saw clearly the trap into which he had so nearly fallen. Like a man in a trance, Hercule Poirot remained, mouth open, staring into space. He remained there as the congregation seated themselves with a rustle, until Jane Oliveira tugged at his arm and murmured a sharp, "Sit down." Hercule Poirot sat down. An aged clergyman with a beard intoned, "Here beginneth the 15th chapter of the first book of Samuel," and began to read. But Poirot heard nothing of the smiting of the Amalekites. A snare cunningly laid, a net with cords, a pit open at his feet, dug carefully so that he should fall into it. He was in a daze, a glorious daze, where isolated facts spun wildly round before settling neatly into their appointed places. It was like a kaleidoscope shoe buckles, 10-inch stockings, a damaged face, the low tastes in literature of Alfred the page boy, the activities of Mr. Ambriotus, and the part played by the late Mr. Morley. All rose up and whirled and settled themselves down into a coherent pattern. For the first time, Hercule Poirot was looking at the case the right way up. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, he hath also rejected thee from being king. Here endeth the first lesson, quavered the aged clergyman all in one breath. As one in a dream, Hercule Poirot rose to praise the Lord in the Te Deum. 13, 14, maids are courting Riley. Is it not? The young Irishman started as the voice spoke at his elbow. He turned. Standing next to him at the counter of the shipping company was a small man with large mustaches and an egg-shaped head. You do not remember me. Perhaps you do yourself an injustice. M. Poirot. You're not a man that's easily forgotten. He turned back to speak to the clerk behind the counter who was waiting. The voice at his elbow murmured, You are going abroad for a holiday. It's not a holiday I'm taking. And you yourself, M. Poirot, you're not turning your back on this country. I hope sometimes, said Hercule Poirot. I return for a short while to my own country, Belgium. I'm going farther than that, said Riley. It's America for me, he added, and I don't think I'll be coming back either. I'm sorry to hear that. Mr. Riley, you are, then, abandoning your practice in Queen Charlotte Street. If you'd say it was abandoning me, you'd be nearer the mark. Indeed, that is very sad. It doesn't worry me. When I think of the debts I shall leave behind me unpaid, I'm a happy man. He grinned engagingly. It's not I who'll be shooting myself because of money troubles. Leave them behind you, I say, and start afresh. I've got my qualifications, and they're good ones if I say so myself. Poirot murmured, I saw Miss Morley the other day. Was that a pleasure to you? I'd say it was not. A more sour-faced woman never lived. I've often wondered what she'd be like drunk, but that's what no one will ever know. Poirot said, "Did you agree with the verdict of the coroner's court on your partner's death?" "I did not," said Riley emphatically. "You don't think he made a mistake in the injection," Riley said. "If Morley injected that Greek with the amount that they say he did, he was either drunk or else he meant to kill the man. And I've never seen Morley drink." "So you think it was deliberate?" "I'd not like to be saying that. It's a grave accusation to be making." "Truly now, I don't believe it. There must be some explanation. There must indeed, but I've not thought of it yet." Poirot said, "When did you last actually see Mr. Morley alive?" "Let me see now. It's a long time after, to be asking me a thing like that. It would be the night before, about 6:45. "You didn't see him on the actual day of the murder?" Riley shook his head. "You are sure?" Poirot persisted. "Oh, I had not say that, but I don't remember." "You did not. For instance, go up to his room about 11:35 when he had a patient there?" "You're right now. I did. There was a technical question I had to ask him about some instruments I was ordering. They'd rung me up about it, but I was only there for a minute, so it slipped my memory. He had a patient there at the time." Poirot nodded. "He said, 'There is another question I always meant to ask you. Your patient, Mr. Rakes, canceled his appointment by walking out. What did you do during that half-hour's leisure?" "What I always do when I have any leisure. Mix myself a drink. And as I've been telling you, I put through a telephone call and ran up to see Morley for a minute." Poirot said, "And I also understand that you had no patient from 12:30 to 1 after Mr. Barnes left. When did he leave, by the way?" "Oh, just after 12:30. "And what did you do then?" "The same as before. Mixed myself another drink and went up to see Morley again. Mr. Riley smiled. "Are you meaning, did I go up and shoot him?" "I've told you already, long ago, that I did not, but you've only my word for it." Poirot said, "What did you think of the house parlor maid?" Agnes Riley stared. "Now that's a funny question to be asking, but I should like to know." "I'll answer you. I didn't think about her." Georgina kept a strict eye on the maids, and quite right too. The girl never looked my way once, which was bad taste on her part. "I have a feeling," said Hercule Poirot, "that that girl knows something." He looked inquiringly at Mr. Riley. The latter smiled and shook his head. "Don't ask me," he said. "I know nothing about it. I can't help you at all." He gathered up the tickets which were lying in front of him and went off with a nod and a smile. Poirot explained to a disillusioned clerk that he would not make up his mind about that cruise to the northern capitals after all. Poirot paid another visit to Hampstead. Mrs. Adams was a little surprised, perhaps, to see him, though he had been vouched for, so to speak, by a chief inspector of Scotland Yard. She nevertheless regarded him as a quaint little foreigner, and had not taken his pretensions very seriously. She was, however, very willing to talk. After the first sensational announcement about the identity of the victim, the finding of the inquest had received very little publicity. It had been a case of mistaken identity. The body of Mrs. Chapman had been mistaken for that of Miss Sainsbury Seal. That was all that the public knew. The fact that Miss Sainsbury Seal had been probably the last person to see the unfortunate Mrs. Chapman alive, was not stressed. There had been no hint in the press that Miss Sainsbury Seal might possibly be wanted by the police on a criminal charge. Mrs. Adams had been very relieved when she knew that it was not her friend's body which had been discovered so dramatically. She appeared to have no idea that any suspicion might attach to Mabel Sainsbury Seal, but it is so extraordinary that she has disappeared like this. I feel sure, Poirot, that it must be loss of memory. Poirot said that it was very probable. He had known cases of the kind. Yes, I remember a friend of one of my cousins, she'd had a lot of nursing and worry, and it brought it on. Amnesia, I think they called it. Poirot said that he believed that that was the technical term. He paused and then asked if Mrs. Adams had ever heard Miss Sainsbury Seal speak of a Mrs. Albert Chapman number Mrs. Was. Adams never remembered her friend mentioning anyone of that name. But then, of course, it wasn't likely that Miss Sainsbury Seal should happen to mention everyone with whom she was acquainted. Who was this Mrs. Chapman? Had the police any idea who could have murdered her? It is still a mystery. Madam? Poirot shook his head, and then asked if it was Mrs. Adams who had recommended Mr. Morley as a dentist to Miss Sainsbury Seal. Mrs. Adams replied in the negative. She herself went to a Mr. French in Harley Street, and if Mabel had asked her about a dentist, she would have sent her to him. Possibly, Poirot thought. It might have been this Mrs. Chapman who recommended Miss Sainsbury Seal to go to Mr. Morley. Mrs. Adams agreed that it might have been. Didn't they know at the dentist's? But Poirot had already asked Miss Neville that question, and Miss Neville had not known or had not remembered. She recollected Mrs. Chapman, but did not think the latter had ever mentioned a Miss Sainsbury Seal, the name being an odd one. She would have remembered it had she heard it then. Poirot persevered with his questions. Mrs. Adams had known Miss Sainsbury Seal first in India. Had she not? Mrs. Adams agreed. Did Mrs. Adams know if Miss Sainsbury Seal had met Mr. or Mrs. Alistair Blunt at any time out there? Oh, I don't think so. Poirot, you mean the big banker? They were out some years ago staying with the Viceroy. But I'm sure if Mabel had met them at all, she would have talked about it or mentioned them, I'm afraid, added Mrs. Adams, with a faint smile. One does usually mention the important people. We're all such snobs at heart. She never did mention the Blunts, Mrs. Blunt in particular. Never. If she had been a close friend of Mrs. Blunt's, probably you would have known. Oh, yes. I don't believe she knew anyone like that. Mabel's friends were all very ordinary people like us. That, Madame, I cannot allow, said Poirot gallantly. Mrs. Adams went on talking of Mabel Sainsbury Seal as one talks of a friend who has recently died. She recalled all Mabel's good works, her kindnesses, her indefatigable work for the mission, her zeal, her earnestness. Hercule Poirot listened. As Jap had said, Mabel Sainsbury Seal was a real person. She had lived in Calcutta and taught elocution and worked amongst the native population. She had been respectable, well-meaning, a little fussy and stupid perhaps, but also what is termed a woman with a heart of gold. And Mrs. Adams's voice ran on. She was so much in earnest over everything. Poirot, and she found people so apathetic, so hard to rouse. It was very difficult to get subscriptions out of people worse every year. With the income tax rising and the cost of living and everything, she said to me once, when one knows what money can do, the wonderful good you can accomplish with it well. Really, sometimes, Alice, I feel I would commit a crime to get it. That shows, doesn't it? Poirot. How strongly she felt. She said that. Did she? Said Poirot thoughtfully. He asked, casually, when Miss Sainsbury Seal had enunciated this particular statement and learned that it had been about 3 months ago. He left the house and walked away lost in thought. He was considering the character of Mabel Sainsbury Seal, a nice woman, an earnest and kindly woman, a respectable, decent type of woman. It was amongst that type of person that Mr. Barnes had suggested a potential criminal could be found. She had traveled back on the same boat from India as Mr. Ambriotis. There seemed reason to believe that she had lunched with him at the Savoy. She had accosted and claimed acquaintance with Alistair Blunt and laid claim to an intimacy with his wife. She had twice visited King Leopold Mansions where, later, a dead body had been found dressed in her clothes and with her handbag conveniently identifying it, a little too convenient, that she had left the Glengarry Court Hotel suddenly after an interview with the police. Could the theory that Hercule Poirot believed to be true account for and explain all those facts? He thought it could. These meditations had occupied Hercule Poirot on his homeward way until reaching Regent's Park. He decided to traverse a part of the park before taking a taxi on. By experience, he knew to a nicety the moment when his smart, patent leather shoes began to press painfully on his feet. It was a lovely summer's day, and Poirot looked indulgently on courting nursemaids and their swains, laughing and giggling while their chubby charges profited by nurses' inattention. Dogs barked and romped. Little boys sailed boats, and under nearly every tree was a couple sitting close together. Ah, jeunesse, jeunesse, murmured Hercule Poirot, pleasurably affected by the sight. They were chic. These little London girls, they wore their tawdry clothes with an air. Their figures, however, he considered lamentably deficient. Where were the rich curves, the voluptuous lines that had formerly delighted the eye of an admirer? He, Hercule Poirot, remembered women, one woman. In particular, what a sumptuous creature, bird of paradise, a Venus. What woman was there amongst these pretty chits nowadays who could hold a candle to Countess Vera Rossikoff, a genuine Russian aristocrat, an aristocrat to her fingertips? And also, he remembered a most accomplished thief, one of those natural geniuses. With a sigh, Poirot wrenched his thoughts away from the flamboyant creature of his dreams. It was not only, he noted, the little nursemaids and their like who were being wooed under the trees of Regent's Park. That was a Schiaparelli creation there, under that lime tree, with the young man who bent his head so close to hers, who was pleading so earnestly. One must not yield too soon. He hoped the girl understood that the pleasure of the chase must be extended as long as possible. His beneficent eye still on them, he became suddenly aware of a familiarity in those two figures. So Jane Oliveira had come to Regent's Park to meet her young American revolutionary. His face grew suddenly sad and rather stern. After only a brief hesitation, he crossed the grass to them, sweeping off his hat with a flourish. He said, "Bonjour, mademoiselle." Jane Olivera, he thought, was not entirely displeased to see him. Howard Rakes, on the other hand, was a good deal annoyed at the interruption. He growled, "Oh, so it's you again. Good afternoon." "Poirot," said Jane, "how unexpectedly you always pop up. Don't you kind of a jack-in-the-box?" said Rakes, still eyeing Poirot with a considerable coldness. "I do not intrude?" Poirot asked anxiously. Jane Olivera said kindly, "Not at all." Howard Rakes said nothing. "It is a pleasant spot you have found here," said Poirot. "It was," said Mr. Rakes. Jane said, "Be quiet, Howard. You need to learn manners." Howard Rakes snorted and asked, "What's the good of manners? You'll find they kind of help you along," said Jane. "I haven't got any myself, but that doesn't matter so much. To begin with, I'm rich, and I'm moderately good-looking, and I've got a lot of influential friends, and none of those unfortunate disabilities they talk about so freely in the advertisements nowadays. I can get along all right without manners. Rakes said I'm not in the mood for small talk. Jane, I guess I'll take myself off." He got up, nodded curtly to Poirot, and strode away. Jane Olivera stared after him, her chin cupped in her palm. Poirot said with a sigh, "Alas, the proverb is true. When you are courting, two is company, is it not? Three is none." Jane said, courting. "What a word! But yes, it is the right word, is it not? For a young man who pays attention to a young lady before asking her hand in marriage. They say, do they not, a courting couple? Your friends seem to say some very funny things," Hercule Poirot chanted softly. 13, 14. Maids are courting. See? All around us they are doing it. Jane said sharply. "Yes, I'm just one of the crowd, I suppose." She turned suddenly to Poirot. "I want to apologize to you. I made a mistake the other day. I thought you had wormed your way in and come down to Exham just to spy on Howard. But afterwards, Uncle Alastair told me that he had definitely asked you because he wanted you to clear up this business of that missing woman Sainsbury Seal. That's right. Isn't it? Absolutely. So I'm sorry for what I said to you that evening, but it did look like it. You know, I mean, as though you were just following Howard and spying on us both. Even if it were true. Mademoiselle, I was an excellent witness to the fact that Mr. Rakes bravely saved your uncle's life by springing on his assailant and preventing him from firing another shot. You've got a funny way of saying things. M. Poirot. I never know whether you're serious or not." Poirot said gravely, "At the moment, I am very serious." "Miss Olivera," Jane said with a slight break in her voice, "why do you look at me like that? As though you were sorry for me. Perhaps because I am sorry. Mademoiselle, for the things that I shall have to do so soon, well, then don't do them. Alas, mademoiselle, but I must." She stared at him for a minute or two. Then she said, "Have you found that woman?" Poirot said, "Let us say that I know where she is. Is she dead?" "I have not said so." "She's alive." "Then I have not said that either." Jane looked at him with irritation. She exclaimed, "Well, she's got to be one or the other, hasn't she, actually? It's not quite so simple. I believe you just like making things difficult." "It has been said of me," admitted Hercule Poirot. Jane shivered. She said, "Isn't it funny? It's a lovely warm day, and yet I suddenly feel cold. Perhaps you had better walk on, mademoiselle." Jane rose to her feet. She stood a minute, irresolute. She said abruptly, "Howard wants me to marry him. At once. Without letting anyone know. He says it's the only way I'll ever do it, that I'm weak." She broke off. Then with one hand she gripped Poirot's arm with surprising strength. "What shall I do about it?" Poirot, why ask me to advise you? There are those who are nearer mother." She'd scream the house down at the bare idea. "Uncle Alistair, he'd be cautious and prosy. Plenty of time. My dear, got to make quite sure. You know, bit of an odd fish, this young man of yours. No sense in rushing things. Your friends suggested Poirot. I haven't got any friends. Only a silly crowd I drink and dance and talk inane catchwords with. Howard's the only real person I've ever come up against. Still, why ask me?" "Miss Olivera," Jane said, "because you've got a queer look on your face, as though you were sorry about something. As though you knew something that was coming." She stopped. "Well," she demanded, "what do you say?" Hercule Poirot slowly shook his head. When Poirot reached home, George said, "Chief Inspector Japp is here." "Sir?" Japp grinned in a rueful way as Poirot came into the room. "Here I am. Old boy, come round to say, aren't you a marvel? How do you do it? What makes you think of these things? All this meaning? But pardon, you will have some refreshment. A sirop, or perhaps the whiskey. The whiskey is good enough for me." A few minutes later, he raised his glass, observing, "Here's to Hercule Poirot, who is always right. No, no. Mon ami. Here we had a lovely case of suicide. H. P. says it's murder, wants it to be murder, and dash it all, it is murder. Ah, so you agree at last. Well, nobody can say I'm pig-headed. I don't fly in the face of evidence. The trouble was, there wasn't any evidence before. But there is now, yes. And I've come round to make the amend honorable, as you call it, and present the titbit to you on toast, as it were. I am all agog, my good Jap. All right, here goes. The pistol that Frank Carter tried to shoot Blunt with on Saturday is a twin pistol to the one that killed Morley Poirot. Stared. But this is extraordinary. Yes, it makes it look rather black for Master Frank. It is not conclusive. No, but it's enough to make us reconsider the suicide verdict. They're a foreign make of pistol, and rather an uncommon one at that. Hercule Poirot stared. His eyebrows looked like crescent moons. He said at last, "Frank Carter, no, surely not." Jap breathed a sigh of exasperation. "What's the matter with you, Poirot? First you will have it that Morley was murdered, and that it wasn't suicide. Then when I come and tell you we're inclined to come round to your views, you hem and haw and don't seem to like it. You really believe that Morley was murdered by Frank Carter? It fits. Carter had got a grudge against Morley that we knew all along. He came to Queen Charlotte Street that morning, and he pretended afterwards that he had come along to tell his young woman he'd got a job. But we've now discovered that he hadn't got the job then. He didn't get it till later in the day. He admits that now. So there's a lie number one. He can't account for where he was at 25 past 12 onwards. Says he was walking in the Marylebone Road. But the first thing he can prove is having a drink in a pub at 5 past 1. And the barman says he was in a regular state, his hands shaking and his face as white as a sheet. Hercule Poirot sighed and shook his head. He murmured, "It does not accord with my ideas." "What are these ideas of yours?" "It is very disturbing what you tell me." "Very disturbing indeed. Because, you see, if you are right." The door opened softly, and George murmured deferentially, "Excuse me, sir, but—" He got no further. Miss Gladys Neville thrust him aside and came agitatedly into the room. She was crying. "Oh, Poirot, here, I'll be off," said Jap hurriedly. He left the room precipitately. Gladys Neville paid his back the tribute of a venomous look. "That's the man, that horrid inspector from Scotland Yard. It's he who has trumped up a whole case against poor Frank. Now, you must not agitate yourself. But he has. First, they pretend that he tried to murder this Mr. Blunt. And not content with that, they've accused him of murdering poor Mr. Morley." Hercule Poirot coughed. "He said I was down there, you know, at Exham, when the shot was fired at Mr. Blunt." Gladys Neville said, with a somewhat confusing use of pronouns, "But even if Frank did do a foolish thing like that, and he's one of those imperial shirts. You know they march with banners and have a ridiculous salute. And of course, I suppose Mr. Blunt's wife was a very notorious Jewess. And they just work up these poor young men, quite harmless ones like Frank, until they think they are doing something wonderful and patriotic. Is that Mr. Carter's defense?" asked Hercule Poirot. "Oh, no. Frank just swears he didn't do anything and had never seen the pistol before. I haven't spoken to him. Of course, they wouldn't let me. But he's got a solicitor acting for him. And he told me what Frank had said. Frank just says it's all a frame-up." Poirot murmured, "And the solicitor is of opinion that his client had better think of a more plausible story. Lawyers are so difficult. They won't say anything straight out. But it's the murder charge I'm worrying about." "Oh, Poirot, I'm sure Frank couldn't have killed Mr. Morley. I mean, really, he hadn't any reason to." "Is it true," said Poirot, "that when he came round that morning, he had not yet got a job of any kind?" "Well, really, Poirot, I don't see what difference that makes." "Whether he got the job in the morning or the afternoon can't matter," Poirot said. "But his story was that he came to tell you about his good luck. Now, it seems he had as yet had no luck. Why, then, did he come? Well, Poirot, the poor boy was dispirited and upset, and to tell the truth, I believe he'd been drinking a little. Poor Frank has rather a weak head, and the drink upset him, and so he felt like making a row. And he came round to Queen Charlotte Street to have it out with Mr. Morley. Because, you see, Frank is awfully sensitive, and it had upset him a lot to feel that Mr. Morley disapproved of him, and was what he called poisoning my mind. So he conceived the idea of making a scene in business hours." "Well, yes, I suppose that was his idea. Of course, it was very wrong of Frank to think of such a thing." Poirot looked thoughtfully at the tearful blonde young woman in front of him. He said, "Did you know that Frank Carter had a pistol or a pair of pistols. Oh no. Poirot, I swear I didn't, and I don't believe it's true, either. Poirot shook his head slowly in a perplexed manner. Oh, Poirot, do help us. If I could only feel that you were on our side, Poirot said. I do not take sides. I am on the side only of the truth. After he had got rid of the girl, Poirot rang up Scotland Yard. Japp had not yet returned, but Detective Sergeant Beddoes was obliging and informative. The police had not as yet found any evidence to prove Frank Carter's possession of the pistol before the assault at Exsham. Poirot hung up the receiver thoughtfully. It was a point in Carter's favor, but so far it was the only one. He had also learned from Beddoes a few more details as to the statement Frank Carter had made about his employment as gardener at Exham. He stuck to his story of a Secret Service job. He had been given money in advance and some testimonials as to his gardening abilities, and been told to apply to Mr. McAllister, the head gardener, for the post. His instructions were to listen to the other gardeners' conversations and sound them as to their red tendencies, and to pretend to be a bit of a red himself. He had been interviewed and instructed in his task by a woman who had told him that she was known as QH56, and that he had been recommended to her as a strong anti-communist. She had interviewed him in a dim light, and he did not think he would know her again. She was a red-haired lady with a lot of makeup on. Poirot groaned. The Phillips Oppenheim touch seemed to be reappearing. He was tempted to consult Mr. Barnes on the subject. According to Mr. Barnes, these things happened. The last post brought him something which disturbed him more still. A cheap envelope in an unformed handwriting, postmarked Hertfordshire. Poirot opened it and read, Dear Sir, hoping as you will forgive me for troubling you, but I am very worried and do not know what to do. I do not want to be mixed up with the police in any way. I know that perhaps I ought to have told something I know before, but as they said the master had shot himself, it was all right, I thought, and I wouldn't have liked to get Miss Neville's young man into trouble, and never thought really for one moment as he had done it, but now I see he has been took up for shooting at a gentleman in the country, and so perhaps he isn't quite all there, and I ought to say, but I thought I would write to you. You being a friend of the mistress, and asking me so particular the other day if there was anything, and of course I wish now I had told you then, but I do hope it won't mean getting mixed up with the police, because I shouldn't like that, and my mother wouldn't like it either. She has always been most particular. Yours respectfully, Agnes Fletcher. Poirot murmured, I always knew it was something to do with some man. I guess the wrong man. That is all. 15, 16. Maids in the kitchen. The interview with Agnes Fletcher took place in Hartford, in a somewhat derelict tea shop, for Agnes had been anxious not to tell her story under Miss Morley's critical eye. The first quarter of an hour was taken up listening to exactly how particular Agnes's mother had always been. Also, how Agnes's father, though a proprietor of licensed premises, had never once had any friction with the police. Closing time being strictly observed to the second, and indeed, Agnes's father and mother were universally respected and looked up to in Little Darlingham, Gloucestershire, and none of Mrs. Fletcher's family of 6'2" having died in infancy, had ever occasioned their parents the least anxiety. And if Agnes, now, were to get mixed up with the police in any way, Mum and Dad would probably die of it, because, as she'd been saying, they'd always held their heads high and never had no trouble of any kind with the police. After this had been repeated, da capo, and with various embellishments, several times, Agnes drew a little nearer to the subject of the interview. "I wouldn't like to say anything to Miss Morley, sir, because it might be, you see, that she'd say as how I ought to have said something before. But me and Cook, we talked it over, and we didn't see as it was any business of ours, because we'd read quite clear and plain in the paper as how the master had made a mistake in the drug he was giving, and that he'd shot himself, and the pistol was in his hands and everything. So it did seem quite clear, didn't it? Sir, when did you begin to feel differently?" Poirot hoped to get a little nearer the promised revelation by an encouraging but not too direct question. Agnes replied promptly, "Seeing it in the paper about that Frank Carter, Miss Neville's young man as was, when I read as he'd shot at that gentleman where he was gardener, well, I thought, it looks as if he might be queer in the head, because I do know there's people it takes like that, think they're being persecuted or something, and that they're ringed round by enemies, and in the end, it's dangerous to keep them at home and they have to be took away to the asylum. And I thought that maybe that Frank Carter was like that, because I did remember that he used to go on about Mr. Morley and say as Mr. Morley was against him and trying to separate him from Miss Neville. But of course, she wouldn't hear a word against him. And quite right, too, we thought, Emma and me, because you couldn't deny as Mr. Carter was very nice looking and quite the gentleman. But, of course, neither of us thought he'd really done anything to Mr. Morley. We just thought it was a bit queer, if you know what I mean." Poirot said patiently, "What was queer?" "It was that morning, sir, the morning Mr. Morley shot himself. I'd been wondering if I dared run down and get the post. The postman had come, but that Alfred hadn't brought up the letters, which he wouldn't do, not unless there was some for Miss Morley or Mr. Morley. But if it was just for Emma and me, he wouldn't bother to bring them up till lunchtime. So I went out on the landing, and I looked down over the stairs. Miss Morley didn't like us going down to the hall, not during the master's business hours. But I thought maybe, as I'd see Alfred taking in a patient to the master, and I'd call down to him as he came back." Agnes gasped, took a deep breath, and went on. "And it was then I saw him that Frank Carter, halfway up the stairs, he was our stairs, above the master's floor, and he was standing there, waiting and looking down, and I've come to feel more and more as though there was something queer about it. He seemed to be listening very intent, if you know what I mean." "What time was this?" "It must have been getting on for 12:30, sir, and just as I was thinking, there now, it's Frank Carter, and Miss Neville's away for the day, and won't he be disappointed? And I was wondering if I ought to run down and tell him, because it looked as though that lump of an Alfred had forgot. Otherwise, I thought he wouldn't have been waiting for her. And just as I was hesitating, Mr. Carter, he seemed to make up his mind, and he slipped down the stairs very quick and went along the passage towards the master's surgery. And I thought to myself, the master won't like that. And I wondered if there was going to be a row. But just then, Emma called me, said whatever was I up to, and I went up again. And then, afterwards, I heard the master had shot himself and, of course, it was so awful. It just drove everything out of my head. But later, when that police inspector had gone, I said to Emma, I said, I didn't say anything about Mr. Carter having been up with the master this morning. And she said, was he and I told her. And she said, well, perhaps I ought to tell. But anyway, I said I'd better wait a bit. And she agreed, because neither of us didn't want to get Frank Carter into trouble if we could help. And then, when it came to the inquest, and it come out that the master had made that mistake in a drug, and really had got the wind up and shot himself, quite natural like, well, then, of course, there was no call to say anything. But reading that piece in the paper 2 days ago, oh, it did give me a turn. And I said to myself, if he's one of those loonies that thinks they're persecuted and goes around shooting people, well, then maybe he did shoot the master after all. Her eyes, anxious and scared, looked hopefully at Hercule Poirot. He put as much reassurance into his voice as he could, you may be sure that you have done absolutely the right thing in telling me, Agnes. He said, well, I must say, sir, it does take a load off my mind. You see, I've kept saying to myself, as perhaps I ought to tell, and then, you see, I thought of getting mixed up with the police and what Mother would say. She's always been so particular about us all. Yes, said Hercule Poirot hastily. He felt, as much of Agnes's mother as he could stand for one afternoon. Poirot called at Scotland Yard and asked for Jap. When he was taken up to the chief inspector's room, I want to see Carter, said Hercule Poirot. Jap shot him a quick, sideways glance. He said, what's the big idea? You are unwilling. Jap shrugged his shoulders. He said, oh, I shan't make objections. No good if I did. Who's the Home Secretary's little pet? You are. Who's got half the cabinet in his pocket? You have. Hushing up their scandals for them. Poirot's mind flew for a moment to that case that he had named the case of the Augean stables. He murmured, not without complacence. It was ingenious. Yes, you must admit it. Well imagined. Let us say, nobody but you would ever have thought of such a thing. Sometimes. Poirot, I think you haven't any scruples at all. Poirot's face became suddenly grave. He said, that is not true. Oh, all right, Poirot, I didn't mean it. But you're so pleased sometimes with your damned ingenuity. What do you want to see Carter for? To ask him whether he really murdered Morley. To Jap's surprise, Poirot nodded his head emphatically. Yes, my friend, that is exactly the reason, and I suppose you think he'll tell you. If he did? Jap laughed as he spoke, but Hercule Poirot remained grave. He said he might tell me yes. Jap looked at him curiously. He said, you know, I've known you a long time, 20 years, something like that, but I still don't always catch on to what you're driving at. I know you've got a bee in your bonnet about young Frank Carter, for some reason or other. You don't want him to be guilty. Hercule Poirot shook his head energetically. No, there you are wrong. It is the other way about. I thought perhaps it was on account of that girl of his, the blonde piece. You're a sentimental old buzzard. In some ways, Poirot was immediately indignant. It is not I who am sentimental. That is an English failing. It is in England that they weep over young sweethearts and dying mothers and devoted children. Me, I am logical. If Frank Carter is a killer, then I am certainly not sentimental enough to wish to unite him in marriage to a nice but commonplace girl who, if he is hanged, will forget him in a year or two and find someone else. Then why don't you want to believe he is guilty? I do want to believe he is guilty. I suppose you mean that you've got hold of something which more or less conclusively proves him to be innocent? Why hold it up? Then you ought to play fair with us. Poirot, I am playing fair with you. Presently, very shortly, I will give you the name and address of a witness who will be invaluable to you for the prosecution. Her evidence ought to clinch the case against him. But then, oh, you've got me all tangled up. Why are you so anxious to see him? To satisfy myself, said Hercule Poirot, and he would say no more. Frank Carter, haggard, white-faced, still feebly inclined to bluster, looked on his unexpected visitor with unconcealed disfavor. He said rudely, "So it's you, you ruddy little foreigner? What do you want?" "I want to see you and talk to you." "Well, you see me all right, but I won't talk, not without my lawyer." "That's right, isn't it? You can't go against that. I've got the right to have my solicitor present before I say a word." "Certainly you have. You can send for him if you like, but I should prefer that you did not." "I dare say." "Think you're going to trap me into making some damaging admissions, eh? We are quite alone. Remember, that's a bit unusual, isn't it? Got your police pals listening in? No doubt." "You are wrong. This is a private interview between you and me." Frank Carter laughed. He looked cunning and unpleasant. He said, "Come off it. You don't take me in with that old gag. Do you remember a girl called Agnes Fletcher?" "Never heard of her." "I think you will remember her, though you may never have taken much notice of her. She was house parlor maid at 58 Queen Charlotte Street." "Well, what of it?" Hercule Poirot said slowly, "On the morning of the day that Mr. Morley was shot, this girl Agnes happened to look over the banisters from the top floor. She saw you on the stairs waiting and listening. Presently, she saw you go along to Mr. Morley's room. The time was then 26 minutes or thereabouts past 12. Frank Carter trembled violently. Sweat came out on his brow. His eyes, more furtive than ever, went wildly from side to side. He shouted angrily, "It's a lie. It's a damned lie. You've paid her. The police have paid her to say she saw me." "At that time," said Hercule Poirot, "by your own account, you had left the house and were walking in the Marylebone Road." "So I was—" "That girl's lying. She couldn't have seen me. It's a dirty plot. If it's true, why didn't she say so before?" Hercule Poirot said quietly. "She did mention it at the time to her friend and colleague, the cook. They were worried and puzzled and didn't know what to do. When a verdict of suicide was brought in, they were much relieved and decided that it wasn't necessary for them to say anything. I don't believe a word of it. They're in it together. That's all. A couple of dirty, lying little—" He tailed off into furious profanity. Hercule Poirot waited. When Carter's voice at last ceased, Poirot spoke again, still in the same calm, measured voice. "Anger and foolish abuse will not help you. These girls are going to tell their story, and it is going to be believed. Because, you see, they are telling the truth. The girl, Agnes Fletcher, did see you. You were there, on the stairs. At that time, you had not left the house, and you did go into Mr. Morley's room. He paused and then asked quietly, "What happened then?" "It's a lie. I tell you, Hercule Poirot felt very tired, very old. He did not like Frank Carter. He disliked him very much. In his opinion, Frank Carter was a bully, a liar, a swindler, altogether the type of young man the world could well do without. He, Hercule Poirot, had only to stand back and let this young man persist in his lies, and the world would be rid of one of its more unpleasant inhabitants. Hercule Poirot said, 'I suggest you tell me the truth.' He realized the issue very clearly. Frank Carter was stupid, but he wasn't so stupid as not to see that to persist in his denial was his best and safest course. Let him once admit that he had gone into that room at 26 minutes past 12, and he was taking a step into grave danger. For after that, any story he told would have a good chance of being considered a lie. Let him persist in his denial. Then, if so, Hercule Poirot's duty would be over. Frank Carter would in all probability be hanged for the murder of Henry Morley, and it might be justly hanged. Hercule Poirot had only to get up and go. Frank Carter said again, "It's a lie." There was a pause. Hercule Poirot did not get up and go. He would have liked to do so very much. Nevertheless, he remained. He leaned forward. He said, and his voice held all the compelling power of his powerful personality, "I am not lying to you. I ask you to believe me. If you did not kill Morley, your only hope is to tell me the exact truth of what happened that morning." The mean, treacherous face looking at him wavered, became uncertain. Frank Carter pulled at his lip. His eyes went from side to side, terrified, frankly animal eyes. It was touch and go now. Then suddenly, overborne by the strength of the personality confronting him, Frank Carter surrendered. He said hoarsely, "All right then, I'll tell you. God curse you. If you let me down now, I did go in. I went up the stairs and waited till I could be sure of getting him alone. Waited there, up above Morley's landing. Then a gent came out and went down, fat gent. I was just making up my mind to go when another gent came out of Morley's room and went down too. I knew I'd got to be quick. I went along and nipped into his room without knocking. I was all set to have it out with him. Mucking about, putting my girl against me, damn him." He stopped. "Yes," said Hercule Poirot, and his voice was still urgent, compelling. Carter's voice croaked uncertainly. "And he was lying there dead. It's true, I swear it's true. Lying just as they said at the inquest. I couldn't believe it at first. I stooped over him. But he was dead all right. His hand was stone cold, and I saw the bullet hole in his head with a hard black crust of blood round it. At the memory of it, sweat broke out on his forehead again. I saw, then I was in a jam. They'd go and say I'd done it. I hadn't touched anything except his hand and the door handle. I wiped that with my handkerchief, both sides, as I went out, and I stole downstairs as quickly as I could. There was nobody in the hall, and I let myself out and legged it away as fast as I could. No wonder I felt queer. He paused. His scared eyes went to Poirot. That's the truth. I swear that's the truth. He was dead already. You've got to believe me. Poirot got up, he said, and his voice was tired and sad, I believe you. He moved towards the door. Frank Carter cried out, They'll hang me. They'll hang me for assert if they know I was in there. Poirot said, By telling the truth, you have saved yourself from being hanged. I don't see it. They'll say Poirot interrupted him. Your story has confirmed what I knew to be the truth. You can leave it now to me. He went out. He was not at all happy. He reached Mr. Barnes' house at Ealing at 6:45. He remembered that Mr. Barnes had called that a good time of day. Mr. Barnes was at work in his garden. He said by way of greeting, We need rain. Poirot need it badly. He looked thoughtfully at his guest. He said, You don't look very well, Poirot. Sometimes, said Hercule Poirot, I do not like the things I have to do. Mr. Barnes nodded his head sympathetically. He said, I know. Hercule Poirot looked vaguely round at the neat arrangement of the small beds. He murmured, It is well planned. This garden, everything is to scale. It is small, but exact, Mr. Barnes said. When you have only a small place, you've got to make the most of it. You can't afford to make mistakes in the planning. Hercule Poirot nodded. Barnes went on. I see you've got your man, Frank Carter. Yes, I'm rather surprised. Really. You did not think that it was, so to speak, a private murder? No. Frankly, I didn't. What with Amberiotis and Alastair Blunt, I made sure that it was one of these espionage or counter-espionage mix-ups. That is the view you expounded to me at our first meeting. I know. I was quite sure of it at the time, Poirot said slowly. But you were wrong. Yes. Don't rub it in. The trouble is, one goes by one's own experience. I've been mixed up in that sort of thing. So much, I suppose, I'm inclined to see it everywhere. Poirot said, You have observed in your time a conjurer offer a card, have you not? What is called forcing a card. Yes, of course. That is what was done here, every time that one thinks of a private reason for Morley's death. Hey, presto, the card is forced on one. Amberiotis, Alastair Blunt, the unsettled state of politics of the country. He shrugged his shoulders. As for you, Mr. Barnes, you did more to mislead me than anybody. Oh, I say, Poirot, I'm sorry. I suppose that's true. You were in a position to know. You see, so your words carried weight. Well, I believed what I said. That's the only apology I can make. He paused and sighed. And all the time, it was a purely private motive. Exactly. It has taken me a long time to see the reason for the murder, although I had one very definite piece of luck. What was that? A fragment of conversation. Really, a very illuminating fragment. If only I had had the sense to realize its significance at the time, Mr. Barnes scratched his nose thoughtfully with the trowel. A small piece of earth adhered to the side of his nose. Being rather cryptic. Aren't you? He asked genially. Hercule Poirot shrugged his shoulders. He said, I am, perhaps, aggrieved that you were not more frank with me. Yes, my dear fellow, never had the least idea of Carter's guilt. As far as I knew, he'd left the house long before Morley was killed. I suppose now they've found he didn't leave when he said he did. Poirot, said Carter, was in the house at 26 minutes past 12. He actually saw the murderer. Then Carter didn't. Carter saw the murderer. I tell you, Mr. Barnes said. Did he recognize him? Slowly. Hercule Poirot shook his head. 17. 18. Maids in waiting. On the following day, Hercule Poirot spent some hours with a theatrical agent of his acquaintance. In the afternoon, he went to Oxford. On the day after that, he drove down to the country. It was late when he returned. He had telephoned before he left to make an appointment with Mr. Alastair Blunt for that same evening. It was 9:30 when he reached the Gothic house. Alastair Blunt was alone in his library when Poirot was shown in. He looked an eager question at his visitor as he shook hands. He said, "Well, slowly." Hercule Poirot nodded his head. Blunt looked at him in almost incredulous appreciation. "Have you found her?" "Yes. Yes, I have found her." He sat down, and he sighed. Alastair Blunt said, "You are tired." "Yes, I am tired. And it is not pretty what I have to tell you." Blunt said, "Is she dead?" "That depends," said Hercule Poirot slowly, "on how you like to look at it." Blunt frowned. He said, "My dear man, a person must be dead or alive. Miss Sainsbury Seal must be one or the other." "Ah, but who is Miss Sainsbury Seal?" Alastair Blunt said, "You don't mean that there isn't any such person?" "Oh, no, no. There was such a person. She lived in Calcutta. She taught elocution. She busied herself with good works. She came to England in the Maharana, the same boat in which Mr. Amberiotis traveled. Although they were not in the same class, he helped her over some fuss about her luggage. He was, it would seem, a kindly man in little ways. And sometimes, Blunt, kindness is repaid in an unexpected fashion. It was so, you know, with Mem Amberiotis. He chanced to meet the lady again in the streets of London. He was feeling expansive. He good-naturedly invited her to lunch with him at the Savoy, an unexpected treat for her, and an unexpected windfall for Mem Amberiotis, for his kindness was not premeditated. He had no idea that this fated, middle-aged lady was going to present him with the equivalent of a gold mine, but nevertheless, that is what she did. Though she never suspected the fact herself, she was never, you see, of the first order of intelligence, a good, well-meaning soul. But the brain, I should say, of a hen, Blunt said. "Then it wasn't she who killed the Chapman woman," Poirot said slowly. "It is difficult to know just how to present the matter. I shall begin, I think, where the matter began for me." "With a shoe," Blunt said blankly. "With a shoe?" Hercule Poirot nodded. "Yes, a buckled shoe. I came out from my séance at the dentist's, and as I stood on the steps of 58 Queen Charlotte Street, a taxi stopped outside. The door opened, and a woman's foot prepared to descend. I am a man who notices a woman's foot and ankle. It was a well-shaped foot with a good ankle and an expensive stocking. But I did not like the shoe. It was a new, shining, patent leather shoe with a large, ornate buckle. Not chic, not at all chic. And whilst I was observing this, the rest of the lady came into sight, and frankly, it was a disappointment. A middle-aged lady, without charm and badly dressed, Miss Sainsbury Seal. Precisely. As she descended, a contretemps occurred. She caught the buckle of her shoe in the door, and it was wrenched off. I picked it up and returned it to her. That was all. The incident was closed. Later, on that same day, I went with Chief Inspector Japp to interview the lady. She had not as yet sewn on the buckle. By the way, on that same evening, Miss Sainsbury Seal walked out of her hotel and vanished. That, shall we say, is the end of Part 1. Part 2 began when Chief Inspector Japp summoned me to King Leopold Mansions. There was a fur chest in a flat there, and in that fur chest there had been found a body. I went into the room. I walked up to the chest, and the first thing I saw was a shabby, buckled shoe. Well, you have not appreciated the point. It was a shabby shoe, a well-worn shoe, but you see, Mrs. Sainsbury Seal had come to King Leopold Mansions on the evening of that same day, the day of Mr. Morley's murder. In the morning, the shoes were new shoes. In the evening, they were old shoes. One does not wear out a pair of shoes in a day. You comprehend. Alistair Blunt said without much interest, she could have 2 pairs of shoes, I suppose. But that was not so. For Japp and I had gone up to her room at the Glengarry Court and had looked at all her possessions, and there was no pair of buckled shoes there. She might have had an old pair of shoes. Yes, she might have changed into them after a tiring day to go out in the evening. Yes, but if so, the other pair would have been at the hotel. It was curious. You will admit I can't see that it is important, huh? No, not important. Not at all important. But one does not like things that one cannot explain. I stood by the fur chest, and I looked at the shoe. The buckle had recently been sewn on by hand. I will confess that I then had a moment of doubt of myself. Yes, I said to myself, Hercule Poirot, you were a little light-headed perhaps this morning. You saw the world through rosy spectacles. Even the old shoes looked like new ones to you. Perhaps that was the explanation. But no, it was not. My eyes do not deceive me. To continue, I studied the dead body of this woman, and I did not like what I saw. Why had the face been wantonly, deliberately smashed and rendered unrecognizable? Alistair Blunt moved restlessly. He said, "Must we go over that again?" "We know," Hercule Poirot said firmly. "It is necessary. I have to take you over the steps that led me at last to the truth." I said to myself, something is wrong here. Here is a dead woman in the clothes of Miss Sainsbury Seal, except, perhaps, the shoes and with the handbag of Miss Sainsbury Seal. But why is her face unrecognizable? Is it, perhaps, because the face is not the face of Miss Sainsbury Seal? And immediately, I begin to put together what I have heard of the appearance of the other woman, the woman to whom the flat belongs. And I ask myself, might it not perhaps be this other woman who lies dead here? I go then and look at the other woman's bedroom. I try to picture to myself what sort of woman she is, in superficial appearance, very different to the other, smart, showily dressed, very much made up. But in essentials, not unlike hair, build, age. But there is one difference. Mrs. Albert Chapman took a 5 in shoes. Miss Sainsbury Seal, I knew, took a 10-inch stocking, that is to say, she would take at least a 6 in shoes. Mrs. Chapman, then, had smaller feet than Miss Sainsbury Seal. I went back to the body. If my half-formed idea was right, and the body was that of Mrs. Chapman wearing Miss Sainsbury Seal's clothes, then the shoes should be too big. I took hold of one, but it was not loose. It fitted tightly. That looked as though it were the body of Miss Sainsbury Seal, after all. But in that case, why was the face disfigured? Her identity was already proved by the handbag, which could easily have been removed, but which had not been removed. It was a puzzle, a tangle. In desperation, I seized on Mrs. Popeye. To Chapman's address book, a dentist was the only person who could prove definitely who the dead woman was or was not. By coincidence, Mrs. Fauvein Chapman's dentist was Mr. Biscama Morley. Morley was dead, but identification was still possible. You know the result. The body was identified in the coroner's court by Mr. Morley's successor as that of Mrs. Albert Chapman. Blunt was fidgeting with some impatience, but Poirot took no notice. He went on. I was left now with a psychological problem. What sort of a woman was Mabel Sainsbury Seal? There were 2 answers to that question. The first was the obvious one, borne out by her whole life in India, and by the testimony of her personal friends. That depicted her as an earnest, conscientious, slightly stupid woman. Was there another Miss Sainsbury Seal? Apparently there was. There was a woman who had lunched with a well-known foreign agent, who had accosted you in the street and claimed to be a close friend of your wife's, a statement that was almost certainly untrue. A woman who had left a man's house very shortly before a murder had been committed. A woman who had visited another woman on the evening when, in all probability, that other woman had been murdered, and who had since disappeared, although she must be aware that the police force of England was looking for her. Were all these actions compatible with the character which her friends gave her? It would seem that they were not. Therefore, if Miss Sainsbury Seal were not the good, amiable creature she seemed, then it would appear that she was quite possibly a cold-blooded murderess, or almost certainly an accomplice after the fact. I had one more criterion, my own personal impression. I had talked to Mabel Sainsbury Seal myself. How had she struck me? And that, Blunt, was the most difficult question to answer of all. Everything that she said, her way of talking, her manner, her gestures, all were perfectly in accord with her given character. But they were equally in accord with a clever actress playing a part. And, after all, Mabel Sainsbury Seal had started life as an actress. I had been much impressed by a conversation I had had with Mr. Barnes of Ealing, who had also been a patient at 58 Queen Charlotte Street on that particular day. His theory, expressed very forcibly, was that the deaths of Morley and of Ambriotis were only incidental, so to speak, that the intended victim was you. Alistair Blunt said, "Oh, come now, That's a bit far-fetched. Is it? Blunt. Is it not true that at this moment there are various groups of people to whom it is vital that you should be removed? Shall we say, shall be no longer capable of exerting your influence? Blunt said. Oh, yes, that's true enough. But why mix up this business of Morley's death with that? Poirot said. Because there is a certain, how shall I put it, lavishness about the case. Expense is no object. Human life is no object. Yes, there is a recklessness, a lavishness that points to a big crime. You don't think Morley shot himself because of a mistake? I never thought so. Not for a minute. No. Morley was murdered. Ambriotus was murdered. An unrecognizable woman was murdered. Why? For some big stake. Barnes' theory was that somebody had tried to bribe Morley or his partner to put you out of the way, Alastair Blunt said sharply. Nonsense. Ah, but is it nonsense? Say one wishes to put someone out of the way. Yes, but that someone is forewarned, forearmed, difficult of access. To kill that person, it is necessary to be able to approach him without awakening his suspicions, and where would a man be less suspicious than in a dentist's chair? Well, that's true, I suppose. I never thought of it like that. It is true. And once I realized it, I had my first vague glimmering of the truth. So you accepted Barnes's theory. Who is Barnes? By the way, Barnes was Riley's 12 o'clock patient. He is retired from the Home Office and lives in Ealing. An insignificant little man. But you are wrong when you say I accepted his theory. I did not. I only accepted the principle of it. What do you mean? Hercule Poirot said. All along, all the way through. I have been led astray. Sometimes unwittingly, sometimes deliberately, and for a purpose. All along it was presented to me, forced upon me, that this was what you might call a public crime. That is to say, that you, M. Blunt, were the focus of it all. In your public character, you, the banker, you, the controller of finance, you, the upholder of conservative tradition. But every public character has a private life also. That was my mistake. I forgot the private life. There existed private reasons for killing Morley. Frank Carter's, for instance. There could also exist private reasons for killing you. You had relations who would inherit money when you died. You had people who loved and hated you as a man, not as a public figure. And so I came to the supreme instance of what I call the forced card, the purported attack upon you by Frank Carter. If that attack was genuine, then it was a political crime. But was there any other explanation? There could be. There was a second man in the shrubbery. The man who rushed up and seized Carter. A man who could easily have fired that shot and then tossed the pistol to Carter's feet so that the latter would almost inevitably pick it up and be found with it in his hand. I considered the problem of Howard Raikes. Raikes had been at Queen Charlotte Street that morning of Morley's death. Raikes was a bitter enemy of all that you stood for and were. Yes, but Raikes was something more. Raikes was the man who might marry your niece. And with you dead, your niece would inherit a very handsome income, even though you had prudently arranged that she could not touch the principal. Was the whole thing, after all, a private crime, a crime for private gain, for private satisfaction? Why had I thought it a public crime? Because not once, but many times, that idea had been suggested to me, had been forced upon me like a forced card. It was then, when that idea occurred to me, that I had my first glimmering of the truth. I was in church at the time and singing a verse of a psalm. It spoke of a snare laid with cords. A snare laid for me. Yes, it could be. But in that case, who had laid it? There was only one person who could have laid it. And that did not make sense, or did it? Had I been looking at the case upside down? Money no object. Exactly, reckless disregard of human life. Yes again. For the stakes for which the guilty person was playing were enormous. But if this new, strange idea of mine were right, it must explain everything. It must explain, for instance, the mystery of the dual nature of Miss Sainsbury's seal. It must solve the riddle of the buckled shoe. And it must answer the question, where is Miss Sainsbury's seal now? Eh bien, it did all that and more. It showed me that Miss Sainsbury's seal was the beginning and middle and end of the case. No wonder it had seemed to me that there were two Mabel Sainsbury seals. There were two Mabel Sainsbury seals. There was the good, stupid, amiable woman who was vouched for so confidently by her friends. And there was the other, the woman who was mixed up with two murders, and who told lies, and who vanished mysteriously. Remember, the porter at King Leopold Mansions said that Miss Sainsbury's seal had been there once before. In my reconstruction of the case, that first time was the only time. She never left King Leopold Mansions. The other Miss Sainsbury seal took her place. That other Mabel Sainsbury seal, dressed in clothes of the same type and wearing a new pair of shoes, with buckles, because the others were too large for her, went to the Russell Square Hotel at a busy time of day, packed up the dead woman's clothes, paid the bill, and left. She went to the Glengarry Court Hotel. None of the real Miss Sainsbury seal's friends saw her after that time. Remember, she played the part of Mabel Sainsbury seal there for over a week. She wore Mabel Sainsbury seal's clothes. She talked in Mabel Sainsbury seal's voice. But she had to buy a smaller pair of evening shoes, too. And then she vanished. Her last appearance being when she was seen re-entering King Leopold Mansions on the evening of the day Morley was killed. "Are you trying to say," demanded Alistair Blunt, "that it was Mabel Sainsbury seal's dead body in that flat?" After all, of course it was. It was a very clever double bluff. The smashed face was meant to raise a question of the woman's identity, but the dental evidence. Now, we come to it. It was not the dentist himself who gave evidence. Morley was dead. He couldn't give evidence as to his own work. He would have known who the dead woman was. It was the charts that were put in as evidence, and the charts were faked. Both women were his patients. Remember, all that had to be done was to relabel the charts, exchanging the names. Hercule Poirot added, "And now you see what I meant when you asked me if the woman was dead, and I replied, that depends. For when you say Miss Sainsbury seal, which woman do you mean? The woman who disappeared from the Glengarry Court Hotel, or the real Mabel Sainsbury seal?" Alistair Blunt said, "I know, Poirot, that you have a great reputation. Therefore, I accept that you must have some grounds for this extraordinary assumption, for it is an assumption, nothing more. But all I can see is the fantastic improbability of the whole thing. You are saying, are you not, that Mabel Sainsbury seal was deliberately murdered, and that Morley was also murdered to prevent his identifying her dead body. But why? That's what I want to know. Here's this woman, a perfectly harmless, middle-aged woman with plenty of friends and apparently no enemies. Why on earth all this elaborate plot to get rid of her? Why? Yes, that is the question. Why, as you say, Mabel Sainsbury Seal was a perfectly harmless creature who wouldn't hurt a fly. Why? Then, was she deliberately and brutally murdered? Well, I will tell you what I think. Yes. Hercule Poirot leaned forward. He said, "It is my belief that Mabel Sainsbury Seal was murdered because she happened to have too good a memory for faces." "What do you mean?" Hercule Poirot said. "We have separated the dual personality. There is the harmless lady from India. But there is one incident that falls between the two roles. Which Miss Sainsbury Seal was it who spoke to you on the doorstep of Mr. Morley's house, she claimed? You will remember, to be a great friend of your wife's." Now that claim was adjudged by her friends, and by the light of ordinary probability to be untrue. So we can say that was a lie. The real Miss Sainsbury Seal does not tell lies. So it was a lie uttered by the impostor for a purpose of her own. Alistair Blunt nodded. Yes, that reasoning is quite clear. Though I still don't know what the purpose was. Poirot said, "Pardon, but let us first look the other way round. It was the real Miss Sainsbury Seal. She does not tell lies. So the story must be true. I suppose you can look at it that way, but it seems very unlikely. Of course it is unlikely. But taking that second hypothesis as fact, the story is true. Therefore, Miss Sainsbury Seal did know your wife. She knew her well. Therefore, your wife must have been the type of person Miss Sainsbury Seal would have known well. Someone in her own station of life. An Anglo-Indian, a missionary, or, to go back farther, still an actress. Therefore, not Rebecca Arnold. Now, M. Blunt. Do you see what I meant when I talked of a private and a public life? You are the great banker. But you are also a man who married a rich wife. And before you married her, you were only a junior partner in the firm not very long down from Oxford. You comprehend. I began to look at the case the right way up. Expense no object. Naturally not to you. Reckless of human life that, too. Since for a long time you have been virtually a dictator, and to a dictator his own life becomes unduly important, and those of others unimportant. Alistair Blunt said, "What are you suggesting, M. Poirot?" Poirot said quietly, "I am suggesting, M. Blunt, that when you married Rebecca Arnholt, you were married already. That, dazzled by the vista, not so much of wealth as of power, you suppressed that fact and deliberately committed bigamy, that your real wife acquiesced in the situation. And who was this real wife, Mrs. Albert Chapman was the name she went under at King Leopold Mansions, a handy spot. Not 5 minutes' walk from your house on the Chelsea embankment. You borrowed the name of a real secret agent, realizing that it would give support to her hints of a husband engaged in intelligence work. Your scheme succeeded perfectly. No suspicion was ever aroused. Nevertheless, the fact remained. You had never been legally married to Rebecca Arnholt, and you were guilty of bigamy. You never dreamt of danger after so many years. It came out of the blue in the form of a tiresome woman who remembered you after nearly 20 years. as her friend's husband. Chance brought her back to this country. Chance let her meet you in Queen Charlotte Street. It was chance that your niece was with you and heard what she said to you. Otherwise, I might never have guessed. I told you about that myself. My dear Poirot, no. It was your niece who insisted on telling me, and you could not very well protest too violently in case it might arouse suspicions. And after that meeting, one more evil chance from your point of view occurred. Mabel Sainsbury. Seal met Ambariotus, went to lunch with him, and babbled to him of this meeting with a friend's husband. After all these years. Looked older, of course, but had hardly changed. That, I admit, is pure guesswork on my part. But I believe it is what happened. I do not think that Mabel Sainsbury Seal realized for a moment that the Mr. Blunt her friend had married was the shadowy figure behind the finance of the world. The name, after all, is not an uncommon one. But Ambariotus, remember, in addition to his espionage activities, was a blackmailer. Blackmailers have an uncanny nose for a secret, Ambariotus wondered. Easy to find out just who the Mr. Blunt was, and then, I have no doubt, he wrote to you or telephoned? Oh, yes, a gold mine for Ambariotus. Poirot paused. He went on. There is only one effectual method of dealing with a really efficient and experienced blackmailer. Silence him. It was not a case, as I had erroneously suggested to me, of Blunt must go. It was, on the contrary, Ambariotus must go. But the answer was the same. The easiest way to get at a man is when he is off his guard. And when is a man more off his guard than in the dentist's chair? Poirot paused again. A faint smile came to his lips. He said, "The truth about the case was mentioned very early. The page boy, Alfred, was reading a crime story called Death at 11:45. We should have taken that as an omen. For, of course, that is just about the time when Morley was killed. You shot him just as you were leaving. Then you pressed his buzzer, turned on the taps of the wash basin, and left the room. You timed it so that you came down the stairs just as Alfred was taking the false Mabel Sainsbury Seal. To the lift. You actually opened the front door. Perhaps you passed out. But as the lift door shut and the lift went up, you slipped inside again and went up the stairs. I know, from my own visits, just what Alfred did when he took up a patient. He knocked on the door, opened it, and stood back to let the patient pass in. Inside, the water was running inference. Morley was washing his hands as usual, but Alfred couldn't actually see him. As soon as Alfred had gone down again in the lift, you slipped along into the surgery. Together, you and your accomplice lifted the body and carried it into the adjoining office. Then a quick hunt through the files, and the charts of Mrs. Chapman and Miss Sainsbury Seal were cleverly falsified. You put on a white linen coat. Perhaps your wife applied a trace of makeup, but nothing much was needed. It was Ambariotus's first visit to Morley. He had never met you, and your photograph seldom appears in the papers. Besides, why should he have suspicions? A blackmailer does not fear his dentist. Miss Sainsbury Seal goes down, and Alfred shows her out. The buzzer goes, and Ambariotus is taken up. He finds the dentist washing his hands behind the door in approved fashion. He is conducted to the chair, He indicates the painful tooth. You talk the accustomed patter. You explain it will be best to freeze the gum. The procaine and adrenaline are there. You inject a big enough dose to kill. And incidentally, he will not feel any lack of skill in your dentistry. Completely unsuspicious. Ambariotis leaves. You bring out Morley's body and arrange it on the floor, dragging it slightly on the carpet now that you have to manage it single-handed. You wipe the pistol and put it in his hand. Wipe the door handle so that your prints shall not be the last. The instruments you used have all been passed into the sterilizer. You leave the room, go down the stairs, and slip out of the front door at a suitable moment. That is your only moment of danger. It should all have passed off so well. 2 people who threatened your safety both dead. A third person also dead, but that, from your point of view, was unavoidable. And all so easily explained. Morley's suicide explained by the mistake he had made over Ambariotis. The 2 deaths cancel out. One of these regrettable accidents. But alas for you, I am on the scene. I have doubts. I make objections. All is not going as easily as you hoped. So there must be a second line of defenses. There must be, if necessary, a scapegoat. You have already informed yourself minutely of Morley's household. There is this man, Frank Carter. He will do. So your accomplice arranges that he shall be engaged in a mysterious fashion as gardener. If, later, he tells such a ridiculous story, no one will believe it. In due course, the body in the fur chest will come to light. At first it will be thought to be that of Miss Sainsbury Seal. Then the dental evidence will be taken. Big sensation. It may seem a needless complication, but it was necessary. You do not want the police force of England to be looking for a missing Mrs. Albert Chapman. No. Let Mrs. Chapman be dead, and let it be Mabel Sainsbury Seal for whom the police look, since they can never find her. Besides, through your influence, you can arrange to have the case dropped. You did do that. But since it was necessary that you should know just what I was doing, you sent for me and urged me to find the missing woman for you. And you continued, steadily, to force a card upon me. Your accomplice rang me up with a melodramatic warning. The same idea. Espionage the public aspect. She is a clever actress, this wife of yours. But to disguise one's voice, the natural tendency is to imitate another voice. Your wife imitated the intonation of Mrs. Oliveira. That puzzled me, I may say, a good deal. Then I was taken down to Exham. The final performance was staged. How easy to arrange a loaded pistol amongst laurels so that a man, clipping them, shall unwittingly cause it to go off. The pistol falls at his feet. Startled, he picks it up. What more do you want? He is caught red-handed with a ridiculous story and with a pistol which is a twin to the one with which Morley was shot. And all a snare for the feet of Hercule Poirot. Alistair Blunt stirred a little in his chair. His face was grave and a little sad. He said, "Don't misunderstand me. Poirot. How much do you guess, and how much do you actually know?" Poirot said, "I have a certificate of the marriage at a registry office near Oxford of Martin Alistair Blunt and Gerda Grant." Frank Carter saw 2 men leave Morley's surgery just after 25 past 12. The first was a fat man, Amberiotis. The second was, of course, you. Frank Carter did not recognize you. He only saw you from above. How fair of you to mention that. He went into the surgery and found Morley's body. The hands were cold, and there was dried blood round the wound. That meant that Morley had been dead some time. Therefore, the dentist who attended to Amberiotis could not have been Morley and must have been Morley's murderer. Anything else? Yes. Helen Montresor was arrested this afternoon. Alistair Blunt gave one sharp movement. Then he sat very still. He said, "That rather tears it." Hercule Poirot said, "Yes, the real Helen Montresor, your distant cousin, died in Canada 7 years ago. You suppressed that fact and took advantage of it." A smile came to Alistair Blunt's lips. He spoke naturally and with a kind of boyish enjoyment. Gerda got a kick out of it all. "You know, I'd like to make you understand. You're such a clever fellow. I married her without letting my people know. She was acting in repertory at the time. My people were the straight-laced kind, and I was going into the firm. We agreed to keep it dark. She went on acting. Mabel Sainsbury Seal was in the company too. She knew about us. Then she went abroad with a touring company. Gerda heard of her once or twice from India. Then she stopped writing. Mabel got mixed up with some Hindu. She was always a stupid, credulous girl. I wish I could make you understand about my meeting with Rebecca and my marriage." Gerda understood. The only way I can put it is that it was like royalty. I had the chance of marrying a queen and playing the part of prince consort or even king. I looked on my marriage to Gerda as morganatic. I loved her. I didn't want to get rid of her, and the whole thing worked splendidly. I liked Rebecca immensely. She was a woman with a first-class financial brain, and mine was just as good. We were good at teamwork. It was supremely exciting. She was an excellent companion, and I think I made her happy. I was genuinely sorry when she died. The queer thing was that Gerda and I grew to enjoy the secret thrill of our meetings. We had all sorts of ingenious devices. She was an actress by nature. She had a repertoire of 7 or 8 characters. Mrs. Albert Chapman was only one of them. She was an American widow in Paris. I met her there when I went over on business, and she used to go to Norway with painting things as an artist. I went there for the fishing, and then, later, I passed her off as my cousin, Helen Montresor. It was great fun for us both, and it kept romance alive, I suppose. We could have married officially after Rebecca died, but we didn't want to. Gerda would have found it hard to live my official life, and, of course, something from the past might have been raked up. But I think the real reason we went on more or less the same was that we enjoyed the secrecy of it. We should have found open domesticity dull. Blunt paused. He said, and his voice changed and hardened. And then that damned fool of a woman messed up everything. Recognizing me after all those years. And she told Amberiotis, "You see, you must see that something had to be done. It wasn't only myself, not only the selfish point of view. If I was ruined and disgraced the country, my country was hit as well. For I've done something for England, Poirot. I've held it firm and kept it solvent. It's free from dictators, from fascism, and from communism. I don't really care for money as money. I do like power. I like to rule, but I don't want to tyrannize. We are democratic in England, truly democratic. We can grumble and say what we think and laugh at our politicians. We're free. I care for all that it's been my life work. But if I went well, you know what would probably happen. I'm needed, M. Poirot, and a damned double-crossing. Blackmailing rogue of a Greek was going to destroy my life work. Something had to be done. Gerda saw it, too. We were sorry about the Sainsbury Seal woman, but it was no good. We'd got to silence her. She couldn't be trusted to hold her tongue. Gerda went to see her, asked her to tea, told her to ask for Mrs. Chapman, said she was staying in Mr. Chapman's flat. Mabel Sainsbury Seal came, quite unsuspecting. She never knew anything the medinol was in the tea. It's quite painless. You just sleep and don't wake up. The face business was done afterwards, rather sickening. But we felt it was necessary. Mrs. Chapman was to exit for good. I had given my cousin Helen a cottage to live in. We decided that after a while we would get married. But first we had to get Ambariotis out of the way. It worked beautifully. He hadn't a suspicion that I wasn't a real dentist. I did my stuff with the handpricks rather well. I didn't risk the drill, of course. After the injection, he couldn't feel what I was doing. Probably just as well. Poirot asked, "The pistols. Actually, they belonged to a secretary I once had in America. He bought them abroad somewhere. When he left, he forgot to take them." There was a pause. Then Alistair Blunt asked, "Is there anything else you want to know?" Hercule Poirot said, "What about Morley?" "Alistair." Blunt said simply, "I was sorry about Morley." Hercule Poirot said, "Yes, I see." There was a long pause. Then Blunt said, "Well, M. Poirot, what about it?" Poirot said, "Helen Montresor is arrested already, and now it's my turn." That was my meaning. "Yes," Blunt said gently, "but you are not happy about it." "Eh?" "No, I am not at all happy." Alistair Blunt said, "I've killed 3 people. So presumably I ought to be hanged. But you've heard my defense, which is exactly that I believe, with all my heart and soul, that I am necessary to the continued peace and well-being of this country." Hercule Poirot allowed, "That may be yes. You agree, don't you?" "I agree. Yes." "You stand for all the things that to my mind are important, for sanity and balance and stability and honest dealing." Alistair Blunt said quietly, "Thanks." He added, "Well, what about it? You suggest that I retire from the case." "Yes." "And your wife? I've got a good deal of pull. Mistaken identity, that's the line to take." "And if I refuse, then," said Alistair Blunt simply, "I'm for it." He went on, "It's in your hands. Poirot, it's up to you. But I tell you this, and it's not just self-preservation. I'm needed in the world. And do you know why? Because I'm an honest man. And because I've got common sense and no particular axe of my own to grind." Poirot nodded. Strangely enough, he believed all that. He said, "Yes, that is one side. You are the right man in the right place. You have sanity, judgment, balance. But there is the other side. 3 human beings who are dead. Yes, but think of them. Mabel Sainsbury Seal, you said yourself a woman with the brains of a hen, Amberiadus a crook and a blackmailer. And Morley, I've told you before, I'm sorry about Morley, but after all, he was a decent fellow and a good dentist. But there are other dentists. Yes, said Poirot, there are other dentists. And Frank Carter. You would have let him die, too. Without regret, Blunt said, I don't waste any pity on him. He's no good. An utter rotter. Poirot said, but a human being. Oh well, we're all human beings. Yes, we are all human beings. That is what you have not remembered. You have said that Mabel Sainsbury Seal was a foolish human being, and Amberiadus an evil one, and Frank Carter a wastrel, and Morley was only a dentist, and there are other dentists. That is where you and I, M. Blunt, do not see alike. For to me the lives of those 4 people are just as important as your life. You're wrong. No, I am not wrong. You are a man of great natural honesty and rectitude. You took one step aside, and outwardly it has not affected you. Publicly, you have continued the same. Upright, trustworthy, honest. But within you, the love of power grew to overwhelming heights. So you sacrificed 4 human lives and thought them of no account. Don't you realize, Poirot, that the safety and happiness of the whole nation depends on me? I am not concerned with nations. Monsieur, I am concerned with the lives of private individuals who have the right not to have their lives taken from them. He got up. So that's your answer? Said Alistair Blunt. Hercule Poirot said in a tired voice, Yes, that is my answer. He went to the door and opened it. 2 men came in. Hercule Poirot went down to where a girl was waiting. Jane Oliveira, her face white and strained, stood against the mantelpiece. Beside her was Howard Raikes. She said, Well, Poirot said gently. It is all over, Raikes said harshly. What do you mean, Poirot said. Mr. Alistair Blunt has been arrested for murder. Raikes said, I thought he'd buy you off. Jane said, No, I never thought that. Poirot sighed. He said, The world is yours, the new heaven and the new earth. In your new world, my children, let there be freedom and let there be pity. That is all I ask.